Alright guys, happy Tuesday. Let's get it going. Y'all are having a good day so far. That's where we left off, yeah. Here we're playing Legend of Legaia, which is voted up on the spreadsheet. Bit of a chill, slower week this week with a lot of folks out on vacation for Thanksgiving. Hey Jahan, you should be all set up. If you would, shoot me your email address with a Twitch message so I can get you added with access to update the sub-block spreadsheet with the game you want to see. Mist is not gone, I'm sorry to say. Hey Serp, how you doing? Sometimes we moved here. It's crazy, so like we went underground and there's all these people here living safely. In Legend of the Legaia universe, there's this mist that's on the surface that is very dangerous. Monsters live in it. Only 10 years? It feels like it's been a lot longer time that they would have been here. Flying cards. Oh, maybe time moves differently down here. I feel like they've been gone for hundreds of years, not for like a few years. We'll find out the truth of that matter. Alright, healing flower. You just start checking all of the barrels and the like. Hey Buckin, how you doing? Bubba says the year town of Octon, but it's been dead for 10 years because of the mist. No, happy Tuesday to you, Darkstar. Alright, let's see. I think this is just where we came in. Like, we popped in here and saved, and then signed off immediately. Yeah, this is just a cave that would have taken us here, so we didn't actually explore this town at all last time we were playing. There it is, Kami. Uh-oh. Really? Are we gonna lose this bridge? Not Deborah's house. I don't know what's causing the earth to quake down here. Come on, jump. Okay, I'm glad she made it. This game's pretty dark for JRPGs at the time. Like, there's a lot of death. It's a pretty dark universe. Okay, in the schedule, it's Legend of Legaia until 6 o'clock Pacific. Tomorrow's gonna be Mario Maker and Smash. Sure did feel the earthquake. At least no one died. I did come here to see Harry. I think it's supposed to be Hari, but Harry's like a dreamer. When did I want to do the dog? I don't even remember what that's from. Probably figure out from context if I search back through the chat log. Make a context database. Yeah, hold on, I'm gonna talk to everybody else. Hi Ben, can I help you, buddy? It's frightening. Dead Space is climbing up the ranks right now on the voting spreadsheet. Thanks to a bunch of votes from Chaos last night, and now Jahan's gonna be able to vote for it at a cheaper rate. Thanks, Ben. Yep, cat butt in the face. That's exactly what I was hoping for. Wonderful. Excellent. The third floor. Is there stairs here that I didn't see? Oh, there are. Top left corner. Yeah, it must have been Legend of the Mystical Ninja. Get the microphone out of my cat's butt's way. Yeah. I want to talk to all the people in the town. Patient little girl. I'm pretty sure that these people are, like, time-locked. They seem to think they came down here 10 years ago, but I'm pretty sure these guys have been missing for a really long time. I got Narnia kind of thing going on here. Thank you, Jahan. I'll hook you up with that. Do you know what game you want for Subblock, just informally? Because I'm going to do a drawing tonight for it. Hey, Ben. Hey, Mega Man, how you doing? Hey, thanks, Gawk. Appreciate the host. Appreciate you. What an incompetent mayor I am. Ah, it's a dangerous place. You do want to leave here quickly. Wow. What a grim dude. Yeah. Look, it really wants to railroad me. Alright, get some medicine. Pretty sure this game has, like, items that you get from spamming the confirm button next to, chests and barrels and the like. Fallout 1. Okay, I can make that happen, Johan. Harry's finally awake. I wonder if the game plays out differently if you just go talk to tons of people. Time to waste. We must hurry to the Palace of Meditation. Fallout 1 is isometric, right? Ouch. Alright. Yeah. I'm still not done talking to everybody in this town, though, so you're gonna have to hold your horses, little girl. Oh my god. If she bugs me again. Ain't gonna let me explore, huh? Booty butts. Yes, they are. Oh, great. So Harry's not gonna be too happy with us. This is what I'm talking about, this game being dark. Like, yeah, all our food just got swallowed up. We're all gonna starve. Like, Jesus. And you're kind of helping out with your party going around turning on the Genesis trees, but... won't even talk to the mayor. I'm trying to think if there's like a main series Final Fantasy or Dragon Quest game where just like bad stuff is happening all the time to everybody. Cool, Jahan. Yeah, I'll throw it on there. Wait, what? There's 3? They're babies? Okay. Suddenly babies. And spooky. Where did you hear about the past? Yeah. Part of your journey is the inevitability of time that connects the past to the present. The relation among the mist, Xain, and Ra-Seru is part of the inevitability of time. So, the mist is the thing upstairs that makes monsters. The Xain are the, like, living tools of the humans that turned into monsters because of the mist, and the Ra-Seru are special Xain that resist the mist. Beyond the human world in which we live is the home of the Xain Kai. New suffixes. All Xain in the human world are born of the Xain Kai. Human world and Xain Kai are indivisible, but the two worlds are destined to remain apart. However, an unfortunate accident allowed the Xain to enter the human world. Humankind learned of the Xain's power and built civilization, but people depended on Xain too much, and it warped the human spirit, leading to great tragedy. The heart of the mist is a demon, even though Rem's eyes... even through Rem's eyes, its true nature is unclear. It's no coincidence you've been chosen by the Ra-Seru. Fight with all your strength, the power of the Genesis trees is with you. I sure did. So I don't really completely grasp how Harry is tied to, like, the creator. I think Rem is the creator god. And previously we had no reason to expect that there were 3 babies. Yes. Trying to destroy the world completely. They're now tenaciously pursuing us. Raising an army to kill legions or turn them into Ra-Seru monsters. Deep below Octum at the bottom of the fire path are their henchmen. Okay. Sounds good. That one pretty much just told me, you gotta go to this dungeon. The texture on the baby face is pretty high quality compared to like the other textures in the game. Aria of the Future. Hey, Gershop, how you doing? Fortunately, the Shadow of the Mist also covers the future. Even with the divine powers of Rem, it's not possible to see into the future. I can tell you this only, listen well. Horrible tragedy will shatter your hopes. Parents are still alive, they're in Conquerum and Crystal Kingdom. Okay. Yukipo. There are infrequently babies in RPGs, and children for that matter. It's interesting how children have an invulnerability shield, plot armor. Yeah, happy Tuesday to you. I did. Alright, so we got 2 towns we gotta go to in the future. Yeah, I played this game between the release of Final Fantasy VIII and Final Fantasy IX. I played it on a rental. I think I rented it a couple times until I beat it. That was a long time ago, so I don't actually remember very much about the game. This is effectively a blind playthrough for me. I remembered a couple key boss fights and like the basic idea of the Genesis trees and the Ra-Seru. But it's really cool. It's got some neat ideas that you start to see popping up in JRPGs after this one came out. Alright, Yukipo. I will be streaming on Thanksgiving Day. Be getting up early to make some stuffing and dip for Andrew and I. Andrew and me. But other than that, we'll be streaming on the regular schedule. It'll be Thursday is Phantom Hourglass. Maybe they were preventing us from checking out the other parts of the town because they're going to be destroyed here and they were never actually modeled for us to visit. The babies are all going to fall? Yeah, Legend of Legaia kills babies. They don't care. No plot armor here. Although maybe she's like down in the Underdark somewhere. Oh, it's a psychic baby. Psychic depths of the earth baby. Knew the earth would swallow us up. Everything that happens is predestined in the heart of Rem, god of time. Heroes, you must not forget the mission with which you have been entrusted. Head of the fire path, destroy the henchmen of the mist who brought calamity to Octum. They will open the door to a new future. 3 faces of Ram are watching over you. Curious to see if this game tries to fight against the whole fatalist concept. I don't actually remember from my old playthrough. Yeah, Gershab, I was talking about how this game, among a lot of its Japanese RPG peers at the time, is very dark. In a way that some of the, like Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, Chrono Trigger, you know, Beyond the Beyond, they're not quite as dark as this one. It's just kind of a grim world. We'll be grim about it. Feel sad later, we got stuff to do. Yeah, well, welcome to Legend of Legaia, Spiky. Alright. Dungeon time, let's go. Hey, Scald. Seen you again, how you been? Let's keep checking about. Oh, it looks like we can't actually explore the rest of this. That'd have been a smart way to do it, make the town seem bigger than it actually is, like prevent you from visiting the other buildings and have an earthquake that destroys all the bridges to them. I actually have to model the indoors. It's interesting that this game decided to go with fully rendered like environments instead of going the Final Fantasy path of pre-rendered backgrounds. You know, like each map that you're on is basically a painting. This one might actually be less work. I'm not sure. I'm curious to know how expensive it is to set up a pre-rendered background versus have some modelers create a indoor environment like this one. Elevators are stupid. It's a really good question, Scald. I think that one up there is an elevator, technically. Why does the tavern, this is the mayor's house, kind of looks like a prison from the outside. Yeah, Octum itself is kind of prisony. So, Gershapa, it's been a week or two since we played this last. I was under the impression that Octum had been sealed underground for, like, centuries, but everybody here is talking like they've been here for, like, 10 years. It really hasn't been a long time. Is there, like, a Narnia thing going on where time flows differently down here? Or did they really only go underground, like, a decade ago, and my sense of time is off? Ah, Yukupo, that makes sense. Yeah, imagine if you look at some of those maps in like Final Fantasy VII, which is a game that graphically, visually has not aged well, the pre-rendered backgrounds have aged well. They're very, very pretty. Each one is kind of a unique, gorgeous painting with lots of detail on it. So I can imagine that's pretty expensive to do. Alright, let's punch these guys in the face. Use our good moves. Thunder punch. Alright. If you are paying attention when I'm using a character and you notice there's a combo that I haven't unlocked yet, I welcome you to point it out to me. So far, I've been just putting in commands at random sometimes to try to learn them, but I think that welcomes either a walkthrough or, I guess, waiting until you meet the NPC that tells you it. Yeah, I don't know. It might be that it's intentionally left unclear for Shoppa. What's interesting, Yukupo, I wonder if, like, the modern demand for, like, doing a full model of an indoor environment would be more or less expensive than, like, commissioning a pre-rendered background. Imagine modern modeling is a lot harder. Is there I wonder if there's a recent, like, just game that's come out that's used pre-rendered backgrounds. Yeah, indie RPG maybe. Might be a gap for somebody to throw on there. One that's basically 3D but has the pre-rendered background going on. Is in water. All right. We are stacking all of our stat upgrade items onto the main character. It's usually my way of handling it. Except maybe we'll do the HP one. I'd rather have Noah catch up with us in both HP and MP. Since in theory we'll be kind of alternating which one of them is doing the healing. Oh, really, Spiky? I think Serpent was going to put Pillars of Eternity on the voting spreadsheet. New to the stream, Marstead. I'm trying to beat every awesome game ever made live on Twitch. Working through everything that's great from any genre, like Dead Space, Final Fantasy, Silent Hill, Mass Effect, the Zelda series. We're doing a Mario stream coming up soon. Beat all of them, record them on Twitch, and then load the recording to YouTube. Legend of Legaia is one of those titles, and it will stick on the schedule until we beat it. This one was voted up. It will be a Monday and Tuesday affair between 2 and 6 Pacific. If you wanted to tune in for it. Thank you, Jahan. Yeah, I understand that when I do Pillars of Eternity, it's going to be the hour that I play is probably just going to be character creation. Yeah. I guess the only thing it would accomplish by being in sub-block is if it like really grips me in the first hour, or I'm really excited about the character creation. I might add it to the voting spreadsheet of my own volition after that. I'm thinking about adding some kind of rule that kind of encourages subscribers stacking their requests with each other. Like if a game has been in sub-block X number of times, it just gets added to the permanent voting spreadsheet next time there's an opening. Like Xenosaga is close to pulling that off, for example. Valda's story. Oh man, I'm gonna have to add that to my list of video games that start with the letter V that I have confused in my mind. Oh, I guess I could have healed in the town, huh? I didn't find anybody who was offering it. I'm gonna use Orb. I want to try to level it up. It's expensive, but I'd rather have it leveled up so it's good when we use it live in combat when we really need it. Hey, Plaster, D-John, how you guys been? Don't know if I want to take that path to the right there. Give it a sec. Okay, so we can do Tornado Flame, and that's probably it. And we can do Swan Driver, and that's probably it. You, my friend, keep doing this Thunder Punch thing. Ooh, alright, Serp. Serp, if you're just throwing Metroidvanias on every week, every time we pull you in sub-block, it's be awesome. Yes, thank you again for subscribing, Jahan. I appreciate that. Oh, speaking of which, I should fix my goal up there in the corner. There we go. I think that's literally Japanese for Thunder Punch. Often they are, or they're like the Ramaji, like he says, you know, Tornado Flame. What sounds like but isn't quite English. I can just finish him off here with auto. That's awesome. Hey Andrea, how you doing? It finally rained out here in California. First time, like an actual rain that I can remember the last year or so. Stone Lizard. I think we'll just keep autoing these guys for now. Okay chance of getting a special move. I mean, I could also just go back to brute forcing their combos. But like, kind of hard to keep track of which ones you've tried, especially once you start looking at combos that are 4 or 5 hits long. Could just pull up a wiki list of all of the possible combos. Ow. Yeah. If you Google California drop pictures, you probably find an image or album that just shows how bad it is. I really like that they went to the trouble of having the equipment in this game show up on your character in battle. That is not trivial to add, but it looks cool and it makes you feel rewarded whenever you find upgrades. You get the sense of your character's growing in power. Some games will handle that by like changing the character's model partway through the title, just once. Like I guess Final Fantasy IX has the scene where Garnet cuts her hair, so her portrait and her model changes after that. Kind of have the Final Fantasy VII flashback where you see young Cloud, a different portrait, slightly different model. Dolphin attack, and that does look cool. There are no Ra-Seru down here. This game has another cool, unique system. In addition to having like kind of a fighting game control in battle, if you kill a Ra-Seru enemy, they're denoted by a special icon next to their name. You learn whatever magic they have available to them. So like all these magic spells we've learned have been from killing some specific enemies earlier in the game. And then as you saw, when you use the spells, there's a chance of them leveling up. Increases their stats and sometimes gives them special effects, like the healing spell, as it levels up, can start removing status effects as well. Right, Spike, yeah, Final Fantasy I, where partway through the game you upgrade all your classes just one time. I'm a big fan of the costume change trope. Not even just in video games, but in movies, it happens pretty often too. Hey, Teeny. Zelda's gonna be on Thursday. Switches days each week. Last week it was Tuesday, the week before that it was Monday. Next week it'll be Thursday, then Friday, and so on. You can check the schedule. Yeah, right, sir. Can't turn back now. Probably coming up on a boss fight soon, I would guess. Alright, let's see. You can do Fire Blow, and let's do Frost Breath. Stone Lizard's pretty nasty, so I want to use everything I've got to take it out. A lot of health, defends frequently. Yeah, I can hear that, Spiky. Really? That's interesting, because Grishapa, it feels like this has been like a centuries thing. But if it's just been 10 years, wow. Thank you for doing the research. It might be that it's intentionally vague. I have like what my mind's eye expects the story to be and what it must actually be. It might not be. I mean, well, the thing that seems like makes it seem like it was a long time ago is talking about them using the Ra-Seru for technology, like they had like the Ra-Seru trains and elevators and things. And you go to these towns that are protected from the mist, and usually they don't really have that. But that might just be the, you know, the game's age, visuals age showing. Maybe you should be going in these towns and imagining them looking more advanced than they do. Because like there's the monastery where they have the cool vent system that's machinery. A couple towns that have elevators built into them that don't look super old. That's cool either way though. This looks familiar to the room I just came from, but I believe it is different. It's familiar enough for me to think that I'd already been there. Hey, I found a chest. Alright, magic leaf. Alright, Nova. These ones are Seru. I noticed that there's a mist now where there wasn't before. What we want to find out is which of our characters have Nova. He does, so we don't want him to kill the enemy. It's the enemy who kills it that gets a chance to learn the spell. Or the character that kills him gets a chance to learn the spell. She doesn't have it, so we do want her to finish it off. Does he have it? He also has, so we don't want him to just finish it. So let's do some damage and see what happens. It's possible, likely, that we're accidentally going to kill that first one. She tends to act first, which is unfortunate when she wants to learn magic, because we can't ensure that she does the final blow. Oh, good. That actually worked out exactly the way we wanted it to. So next turn, Noah's going to target the first one exclusively. Maybe if she learns Nova, then we don't have to worry about it. Ouch. The regular enemies are starting to hit pretty hard, too. Okay, alright. You're hitting the guy on the right. I'm gonna have you finish off the first dude right here. Hopefully you'll learn the spell. I think I'll have him defend. In the interest of not accidentally killing the other enemy. No, didn't get it. It stays on the corpse stays on the ground for a second and then gets all sparkly if you learned its spell. So you know pretty quickly whether you get it or not. First world problems. I mean, character hits too hard. So he already has the spell, so we don't want to teach it to him. That's cool. Alright, his healing spell just leveled up, so we're going to try to level up Noah's. There we go. Next time we get to a town, I'm going to have to try to remember to heal, find an inn or something. I think there may have been a place where I could have done that in Octum a second ago. Mush Mush and Warman. These are good candidates to use auto. Notice they have that little AP meter down on the bottom. It builds a couple ways. Whenever you take damage, kind of like a limit break, it's one way. Whenever you defend, which is nice that you can use defend to build that meter. This game has a couple interesting reasons to use the defend command. Whereas in most RPGs that are turn-based, defend is usually a waste of a turn. And when the currency of combat is your actions, if you choose to pass your turn, that's usually the worst thing you can think of doing. But this one, it makes your meter fill up a little bit, and it increases the number of hits you can do on your next turn's combo, which is nice. I've talked a bit about other games that handle defending in a cool way. Mother 3 is one of them. In that game, whenever you take damage, your health literally starts to scroll down, and you don't really die until it reaches 0. So if you defend while your health is scrolling, it makes the scroll go slower. Ends up being a pretty important mechanic in a couple of the boss fights in the game. That's a challenge for a developer, though, to make defend interesting. I could see it working with more of a, like, conventional modern MMO tanking mechanic, where the character who defends is more likely to be targeted by the enemies. Then that might be worth doing from turn to turn. Most games don't use that. Not their approach. Alright, down with all this. Let's see what's in this room. I found a chest. How can I not get to it? There must be a secret door on the side. There is. I like those kinds of secrets. You see those quite a bit in Zelda, where there's an unmarked bombable wall, but you infer the existence of a bombable wall based on the appearance of the room above it. I think I want to go down first. This looks like this might be the way forward. Actually, I haven't played Legend of Dragoon beyond the first like 3 or 4 hours. I rented it once at the same time, actually, between Final Fantasy VIII and Final Fantasy IX. It is on the voting list as of today. It's funny that you mentioned that a number of viewers, Knight, requested that it be added, spent the stream currency to include it. If you wanted to vote for it, it's !game 23 is the command. So yeah, I've heard lots of good things about Legend of Dragoon. I did play it very, very briefly. I think I had one rental session with it. I played maybe the first 10 hours or so, but I don't remember anything from it. It's with Dart as the main character, right? That's cool, Spiky. Yeah, if they have the ability to taunt, then defend makes sense. My understanding, though, is that Legend of Dragoon is a great game, so it deserves to be played on the stream eventually. We'll get to it. Thank you for the follow, Shop. I appreciate that. It is the one with Dart. Yeah, cool. What's the combat system like in Dragoon? Does it have anything? Is there like a back of the box elevator pitch for it? I'm trying to think how you could sell certain games. Traditional turn-based versus ATB. So there's like a meter system or a timed attack system. And what company made Legend of Dragoon? I don't remember. It was, I remember it was being a pretty serious, like, contender in the industry. It wasn't just some random small company. It may have been Sony, even. Alright, Nova's great. So, we don't want to kill these guys. I think that's probably our best shot at not killing them, is just having those two do auto. Reflex, interesting. Reflex kind of like the timed attacks in like Super Mario RPG. Interesting. I wonder why they never made another one after that. Yeah, right, Spiky? I feel like the PS1 has a lot of great titles, but it was the era where I guess we started to see a lot of bad games start to come out in the genre. Or maybe not bad, but just very mediocre titles. Legaia, Dragoon are not among those, but I think there's a game called Beyond the Beyond. It was a PS1 JRPG that was horrible. It had like a random encounter rate where you get into a fight every 3 or 4 steps. Very, very stressful to try to play. Oops. If I do right, does that trigger any other... No, not yet anyway. And you'll just defend. Jahan, it ought to roughly equal the discount amount. Mellow, not learning any magics. Yeah. Once again, our main character doing way too much damage. More than we want him to, anyway. First world problem. So I want to say 120%. So instead of 1 sphere point every 5 minutes, Jahan, it'd be more like 1.2 sphere points every 5 minutes. For the $5 tier. Right, she's still working on getting level 2. Now she's out of MP. At some point I need to bail out on spending my MP on that. I'm just trying to level it up so it's more effective in combat. Oh god, are you serious, Spiky? I don't know if that's ever okay. There is a Ben mace. Wow, what do you know? Whoever left this mace down here. It's kind of spooky. It makes it easy to you as a player, though, to know who to equip the items on, since characters do more poorly if they're equipping an item that's not meant for them. Because they could have just said, they could have just restricted the gear entirely and said, you know, daggers are for the main character, fist weapons are for the second character, and so on. Try that again. There we go. You should just do the same thing, and you, my friend, can do black-green. Bear mace. Nice, Grishappa. Yeah, I own one of the Lunar games. Silver Star Story, is that 2 maybe? I have the disc, I just never played it. A couple of games that I had that I didn't play for whatever reason. Got them at a pawn shop or something. LLD piece. I applied your Dark Souls and Shin Megami Tensei votes. Thank you. Eternal Blue is the second one. Gotcha. Yeah, it's rough. Like the anime RPG, way I would describe it. It usually has to take an extra step to draw me in. Everything's doing quite well, yes. Happy Tuesday. Went really late with Final Fantasy X last night. I was hoping it was going to be about 30 fewer minutes, but we died against the final boss. Had to start over. I figured that better that than like scheduling 45 minutes to finish the game, so. It is finished. Beat 10. I added Final Fantasy IV onto the voting spreadsheet, excuse me. Trying to draw all of our games going forward from that sheet from now on. Outside of my, like, Zelda day, it'll be my room to inject some franchise onto the schedule regardless of the voting sheet. You just get so invested. Flying knee attack. That's a bummer. She apparently just barely didn't do enough damage to finish off the enemy and learn its spell. Alright. Wave forward, look at that. I found a save point. I found a save point. I found a save point. Hey Dio, how you doing? Happy Tuesday to you. Gotta be a boss fight soon, right? They don't give us a save point without... Did there items in this game that act like tents? I should probably check that. Door of Wind, out of dungeons... No, I don't think so. There's no heal yourself to full at a save point mechanic in this, which is fine. Grandia took Lunar System and perfected it. Never played Grandia either. It's like Shin Megami Tensei and Persona. Those games have always existed in my peripheral. The kind of like anime theme. Not so much with Grandia, but like with SMT. It's nearly Wednesday. Then happy early Wednesday to you also. Wotan's Day. I'm alright. Having a good week. Got to finish Final Fantasy X. It's actually nice when we beat games on this channel. That's the theme, is beat games. And we had a bunch on the schedule for a while that we just weren't working through. But last week, Friday, we beat Valkyria Chronicles and Final Fantasy X last night. I think the new, let's just focus on one game at a time, you know, Monday, Tuesday, and a different one Thursday, Friday will certainly help. Hey, Death Johnson, how you doing? Yeah, so my lack of immediate draw to the series, I'm not turned off by that, but there's nothing about it that makes you go, oh man, I gotta play that, you know? Like sometimes I'll hear the premise of a game, like if I didn't know that Mass Effect existed and you told me the premise, if you gave me like the elevator pitch for it, I'd be all about that all day. But like, you know, Japanese high schoolers fighting demons, I'm like, that's probably really good, and I worry that my, you know, my immediate lack of interest is making me miss out on something amazing. Those games we'll play them on stream. They're very widely critically acclaimed. As a fan of JRPGs, it's kind of sinful that I've never touched one of them. Grandia. Oh man, look how many polygons this guy has. Minotaur Centaur dude. You just punching walls, man? Is that what you're up to? Doing something important, ordered by Dottie. Okay. Oh yeah, little DPs. What's the deal with Digital Devil Saga? Is it a spin-off from the main series? Because it's still like a turn-based RPG. Okay. None of us have this thing's spell, so it doesn't matter who kills them for now. As we learn abilities, we'll change which character is doing most of the damage. Yeah, it's not like that's a bad thing. It's just like it's not a setting that immediately grips me. Kind of like Fallout. Like I have played a little bit of Fallout 3, and I've watched my roommates play a lot of it. And the gameplay is outstanding. It's a really cool story, but like post-apocalyptic Art Deco doesn't grip me as tightly. Or you can even say within a series, like BioShock 1 doesn't grip me as closely as like BioShock Infinite, where you kind of have opposing. It's the same basic themes, but when you have the city in the sky that's run by religious zealots, that's more interesting to me than City Underwater that's led by like Ayn Randian atheist zealots. But they're both amazing games. Just a question of like how quickly the pitch for the game digs its barbs into me. Interesting, Spiky. I didn't know that the series involved any kind of like Pokemon training. I knew that you tamed demons, but I was under the impression that was more of like either like a summon mechanic or a magic mechanic. Not like you treat them as though they were party members. Cool. Yeah, I'm excited for it. That's one of the benefits, actually, of playing on Twitch and giving some of the control over to viewers as to what gets played, because I don't know that I would have heard about or played that Shantae game that we did on Subblock yesterday for Serpent at all, or even really given a serious attempt at Toho that Spiky put on there, if it wasn't for Subblock. And all the Subblock games yesterday were really cool. Operation Winback, that never would have crossed my desk. I had no idea that it was so influential to like cover mechanics in stealth games, but it makes sense in retrospect. Oh, that's interesting, Spiky. Hey, Blue Flame. Oh, awesome. Congratulations. Smash will be tomorrow from 4 o'clock to 7:30 Pacific. Wednesday's our free play day. Just play whatever. It doesn't have to be a game that we're trying to beat. That one's already level 2. So I don't want to completely deplete all their MP. I guess we have some magic leaves. We can pass out ethers. You're interesting. You're kind to say so, Andrew. Thank you. Alright, so we didn't learn any magic from these guys yet. We're still trying to. Let's try to do our big hits on them. They've got a lot of hit points, though. They hit pretty hard. He can do Black Rain? Yeah. I can post it. I'll probably just need you to add it. If you want to pop in the Smash queue tomorrow, Blue Flame, I'll open it a couple hours early. I'll try to open it up around 2 o'clock Pacific. Heck yeah, sir. I have I went back through the database of any users that have watched over a certain threshold or have subscribed or that kind of thing. I made a note of what game brought them in, and I'm excited to see that Mario Maker's brought some cool people in. But I like Mario Maker. It's a really great opportunity to talk about what makes games great, outside of the normal context of the stream, which is trying to actually beat games. Like, you can't beat Mario Maker. Yeah, so I intend to keep playing it. It gets a better, I think, cross-section of gamers than maybe Smash does. Smash is just fun. Where you get a modern opportunity to like talk about how we game design as players. I almost feel like playing Mario Maker on Twitch is the best way to play it. or going on like the Mario Maker subreddit and finding people's course IDs. Trying to use the in-game discovery method, you're not going to find the coolest levels. Alright, let's keep sneaking around here. Or can we? Is it jumpable? We have to fight that dude. A Minotaur guy. Let's do this. This guy's kind of cute. Oh, he's the one causing the earthquakes. Yeah. Pretty much have to check chat in between matches, so you have to kind of be lucky enough to have your chat message still displayed after a match is over. Alright, little D-piece. Sounds good. This guy is so friendly, I almost don't want to kill him. Undertale has spoiled me. Alright, hopefully we pass this with very little MP. Well, I understand why they didn't do it. Nintendo wants to have the simplest possible system and the simplest possible presentation. Anything that adds complexity to it is bad in their game design point of view. Blizzard actually is very similar. There's all these people that say, well, why don't they just add more deck slots to Hearthstone? And the reason is it complicates the game. But I think in some cases this is helping them to learn like what is actually necessary for the health of the game, and I think that improving discovery in Mario Maker is pretty necessary. It merits increasing the complexity a little bit. My thought is that if they do something like a tagging system, that the way they would keep it simple is have a preset small number of tags you could select from, like maybe 10 different things, rather than letting the players free enter things. $25, what 3DS game should you get? Ooh. That's a hard question. There's a lot of really good 3DS games. You can get Shantae. That game's pretty fun. Played it on the stream yesterday. What kind of games do you like, Blue Flame? Can you give me like your top 5 titles? Try to form a suggestion based on that. Let's have her heal herself. So has Vera. You can do an auto attack, try to get some more AP. Yeah, no, I like that a lot, Spiky. That might be some of my favorite game design, where the game is completely clearable without doing the fancy hardcore gamer mechanics, but there's like almost a mini game inside of it that makes you feel good. That attack was absurd. He just one-shot everybody. Is this like supposed to be a... I'm curious if it's going to give us an actual game over, if this was a predetermined fight. Holy shit. No, that was not predetermined. Wow. Okay. Let's see, I think I missed out on a couple battles as a result. I wonder what I would be supposed to do to survive that. Maybe I have to be using Spirit. That's the first time I've gotten completely wiped in this game. I don't own Kid Icarus Uprising, but it's by Sakurai's team, the guy who does Smash. And I'd probably get it fairly cheap now. That would be a good choice. Bravely Default is an excellent title if you like RPGs. Yeah, Ocarina of Majora's Mask 3DS is a really good choice as well. Link Between Worlds. Especially if you're a fan of Link to the Past in particular. Link Between Worlds is kind of a love letter to Link to the Past fans. I think the interesting thing with Link Between Worlds, Kid Icarus, is that they try to say, okay, this character only had one NES game and never got a franchise. What would have happened if we pretended like they were getting games back and back and back from years to years? Now we're just making a modern installment. Yeah, I love Link Between Worlds. There are some legitimate complaints about the game. It's non-linearity, like you pay a price for it. You can buy all the weapons in the game from the store, so you can go to the dungeons in any order you want. But as a result, the dungeons are less complex. They tend to only involve one item, like you go in the Boomerang dungeon or the Hammer dungeon. I don't think it's a deal breaker though. It's certainly different. It means that they can have a more focused theme. And it follows Nintendo's new game design strategy of making the game difficult, but then giving a more casual player a way out. Yeah, the Mario and Luigi games are quite good. I look forward to doing all of those on stream. Hyrule Warriors will probably get a lot of hours of gameplay out of you. I'm not as sold on the series. I get worn out pretty fast. Godspeed, Kami. Drive safely. Okay, let's see. Go in, right, left. I guess we could just auto them. I think what I'm gonna have to do is leave the dungeon because I'm out of MP. So I need to leave the dungeon. I need to like stay in a hotel or something. Get our MP back. Then before we fight this guy, like do a couple battles and just max everybody's AP out. Maybe go back, hit the save point, and then try it again. The attack that he did there just wiped us. So. All right. Well, at least we learned it that time. We didn't get it last time we were down here. Ouch. Oh, did the dodge X attacks in a row, like, track in between battles, so you'd, like, dodge the attacks, then go save? Try it again and save, and so on. Alright. I think the Noah comes out of the fight not dead. You cannot get Gola Gola ever after beating the boss? Is that real? Okay. Oh, good looking out. I didn't know that. I grab the chest that's up here. I found a chest. I found a chest. Okay, let's see. Oh, why doesn't Ben have something equipped? Must have been something that we got to use as an item. Cruel, firepower. Let's do target change for now. Take a look and see what it would cost to get everyone MP again. 4 magic leaves, that's fairly expensive. It'd probably be better for us to leave and return. So let me use the door. Later, Blue Flame. Thanks for hanging out. Hey, Leon, did you fix your Steam problem? Okay, cool. Now, my hope is that there's an inn here somewhere that I just missed last time I was here. Okay, apparently I'm a little bit underleveled, like, despite never having ran from a battle. Legend of Legaia isn't grindy by any means. This is the mayor's house, so I don't think there's anywhere I can go to sleep here. Just gonna keep looking around. I think there was an inn by the entrance. Sounds familiar. Yeah, that's the ticket. And some shops. Okay, perfect. That's what we want. Try to pick up some more things. Oh, having dreams. Interesting. Interesting. And now the baby that fell into the earthquake is gone to tell us what's going on. Ah, Godspeed, Leon. Is she an energy being? They're trapped in an excellent GameCube horror game. We'll do that next year for Halloween, Eternal Darkness. The original sanity-based horror game. Hey Radness, how you doing? Go where the deepest mist is to see you. Bummer. It's an interesting theme, the whole, when you stay at an inn, you get a dream cutscene. It's also in, like, Final Fantasy VI. It's a cool way to use your game mechanics to tell part of the story in an optional way. Some people will play an entire game and never stay at an inn. Born and raised underground. Let's check this shop out. Stuff is expensive in Legend of Legaia. You know, there's a lot of games where as long as you're just killing enemies, you can always afford to buy all the items in every shop. That is not the case in this game. You usually have to pick between a couple things. Oh, there's new weapons? Oh, rock and roll. Well, we want those above all else. Okay, I'm glad that we went in the dungeon first. There was an upgrade for Gala in there. So expensive. God. Guess we could use the point card on this boss too. I want to buy this armor so that we're not getting our ass so severely handed to us. I could sell some of the old gear. Don't think there's any reason to use it anymore. It's not equipped. Let me confirm what stuff is sellable and what stuff I should be holding on to before I make any rash decisions. Basically all this stuff. Short sword, fist, survival knife, red club, fighter claw, survival club, nail glove. Right. Absolutely. Survival knife, ×2, nail glove. This always stresses me out, selling items, because, you know, what if later in the game I need to use these items for some stupid crafting system that doesn't come out until 3/4 of the way through. I'm pretty sure that that doesn't exist in Legend of Legaia, but I'm always terrified that it does. Let's see, what gives us the best upgrades? Oh, you know, some of these increase our attack. Kind of want to focus on those first. He already has the Master Boots. Alright. So again, we're already out of money. We had to make some hard decisions there. We could not buy all of the gear. The way for us to do that, if we really wanted to, I think would be to have to go back into the dungeon and just run around and fight enemies for a while to build up some money, maybe get some drops that we can sell. That's one of the more difficult things if you think about like RPG design. How do you balance your currency system? I feel like this is probably a better way to handle it, where money is kind of hard to come by and you have to make interesting decisions when you go to a shop, versus a lot of games where you just have so much money that you can always buy everything and it trivializes the content. But the flip side, the problem with doing it that way is now you're incentivized to grind just to be able to afford the basic gear that the game is balanced around. So if the game assumes when it's calculations for like the strength of bosses that you have bought all the gear in the previous town, it's effectively requiring you to grind up and collect up the money to buy all of it, which sucks. So, trying to think of games that have handled it well. Felt like I had to keep track of my money in Chrono Trigger for the most part. I don't know how many of you have done the whole spend a bunch of time before taking the first time portal to grind up the money to buy the load sword from Melchior in the first town. Oh man, that sword looks really cool. Got texture on it. Yeah, Dragon Quest is another, it's like much more extreme even than this title, where like you might have enough money to buy one thing in Dragon Quest. So you better make it count. Well, another problem is it can be kind of punishing if you're not following a guide, because it's frustrating you save up 12,000 gold in Dragon Quest to buy a new weapon, and then you go in the next dungeon and the first chest you open has an upgrade that's better than that weapon. If you had known that in advance, you would have spent that money on some armor instead, and now you can't sell it and get it back. Yeah, Chrono Cross also required quite a bit of investment. I think maybe a compromise solution to that problem is having an enemy in the game that's there for you to farm money from. The gold golems in Dragon Quest VIII come to mind. Usually an enemy like that in Final Fantasy, like Cactuar, something similar. Just, all it does is drop a bunch of money. Final Fantasy's kind of been dealing with the money overage problem by having GP toss, or Gil toss as an ability. Not really, you're poor and Earthbound right at the beginning, but you just fight a few battles and eventually you have enough money to buy everything you want in that game. I don't think I ever really had a serious cash issue late into the series. Hey, there's that building that fell from up top. It's nice attention to detail. Their new gear, their new boots all look really cool, and their new weapons all look really cool. I wonder if the Final Fantasy VII Remake is going to include gear that you can actually see on your party members, or some kind of costume system. Man, these guys defend so frequently. I think I need to use special techs on them to have a good chance of killing them before they become a problem. I really like the modern gear design system of transmogs. It's in most multiplayer games today, not necessarily in many single-player games. Basically, where you separate the appearance of gear from the stats of gear. I think actually that Bravely Default had a system kind of like that. You know, you can consume an item so that it looks the way you want it to, without necessarily needing to equip the thing that has the best stats or looks silly. Yeah, games where gear felt like a reward for me was, I really liked the gear system in Final Fantasy IX. I like that you learned abilities and passives and the like. Did we go down last time? I think we did. Get back to where we were as efficiently as possible. We'll keep killing things on the way. We need experience and money, as you just saw. Yeah, games with a crafting system can make gear interesting and exciting, I think, but sometimes it's just stressful. Like, I don't know if I like the alchemy pot system in Dragon Quest VIII, where you feel like you need to hold on to everything because it might have an alchemy pot recipe, and like trying all the recipes is frustrating. Because if your game has a crafting system, it better have a really good, friendly UI to guide you along to the cool recipes, not just leave you brute forcing it. Yeah, the content should be its own reward, Spiky. Oh yeah, Kingdom Hearts crafting. Remember that a little bit better now. Some people do. The arbitrarily higher numbers thing is a meta for a lot of people. It's like the kind of folks that play have already tapped out the basic content of Diablo 3, but keep rerunning everything over and over so they can get mild, arbitrary stat enhancements. Like, I already have my gear that does all the cool stuff I want it to do, I just need to get the exact same gear with one additional point of strength on it. You know? That's some people's bag. Yeah, I hear that. Hey Lord VX, how you doing? We're gonna go to this next save point, and we're gonna immediately try to take on the boss again. I think that the big mistake there was just not being at full health when we started the fight, and then not using the spirit move. I think that Noah still needs to learn from these guys, so I'm gonna try to do an auto so we don't accidentally kill them. You can hit this guy. Just joining us, hey, I'm Marstead. I'm trying to beat every awesome game ever made, live on Twitch. Working through the Zelda series, just beat Final Fantasy X yesterday, Legend of Legaia today. Metroid, Mass Effect, Uncharted. If it's a cool game, we want to play it. Check the schedule of the stream to see what's coming up next. And if you're just here for Legend of Legaia, that's cool. It will be back typically Mondays and Tuesdays. We keep playing it until we beat it. So I think here we're just going to have them spirit and have her attack it. Thanks, Bucket. Yeah, that is very frustrating, Spiky. Spiky has this dream of a game that's like an MMO, so it has a bunch of like big raid co-op battles, but there is no gearing, there's no leveling. Like, you just start the game and have access to everything. The only leveling it might have is like maybe the end state of the game you have 10 abilities. Well, the first dungeon that you do, you only have one ability. And after you beat it, they give you a second one. But there's not like experience you have to earn or things you have to do to attune to the dungeon or gear you have to gain. It's just like the mechanics of the fights. Oh yeah? How's Xenoblade X looking? My plan is to play it at midnight next week. I think it's next Friday night, right? Yeah. Yeah, that should be able to work. So next Friday night, we'll do our normal stream schedule from 12 to 6, and I'll stay up for some Xenoblade Chronicles X. If it's really, really cool, maybe I'll try to find a way to shoehorn it into the schedule. It's gonna be a really long game though, so we'll see. Mm-hmm. Yeah, right, Leon? It's just the encounters. You have everything right away. I feel like there's often 3 different games that are built into an MMO, and you have to be willing to play all of them. You know, you can't just like the raid or dungeon mechanics. If you want to enjoy that, you're going to have to deal with the whole grinding and leveling and questing mechanic that some people like. Alright, let's go up. There's our save point. Still working on getting level 2 orb for Noah. There we go. Cool. I believe in this boss fight, if we don't use the spirit command, it's just GG. Like, no matter how high of a level we are, he just does so much damage, you have to absorb some of it, resist some of it. You have to pay pretty close attention to see if he has a tell for when he's going to do it. Yeah, right, Spiky. Yeah, I don't know if that's the right solution. The dad tax, what I would call that. The busy gaming parent that wants to enjoy an MMO but only has a couple hours a night, so they pay a little bit extra to be able to shoot their character level 90 or whatever. It does make you wonder, like, what features of games in certain genres are just there because that's what we always have done. Let's go on. And what features are there because they're actually time-tested and good and people enjoy them. It's true. Sometimes you can give a pass on mechanics that the developer needs as a revenue model. Right. Yeah. Gaming funding just seems like a really difficult subject to broach. There's lots of variables that all interplay with each other. I mean, it's really easy to say, why don't they just anything? Why don't they just do this differently? Why don't they just do that? It's much too complex. we do right, right, left. Does he also have a right, left that triggers something? Not yet. Okay. Soon you might be able to do a multiple combo. You can like string combos together if they share a move in common. Like if the last action is the same as the first action in the next move. Kind of neat. I'm just gonna Spirit, because I assume that's what's about to happen. But I could have him Spirit, but I think he's just gonna die if he does. So I'm gonna try having him heal himself, and then we'll have them defend. Oh, absolutely, Andrea. In fact, there are, like, the pay-to-win model is expected in a lot of those countries. For example, Guild Wars 2 is a very non-grindy game that specifically has no pay-to-win mechanics. And when they released it in China, China was unhappy. They didn't like the game because it wasn't grindy enough. So they actually made it harder to level up in the game to make it more grindy, and they added pay-to-win things that you could buy. It's just it's a interesting cultural difference. That the West, I think everyone agrees they don't want those mechanics, but for whatever reason it's not the same, particularly in China. Hey, we survived that time. That's much more tolerable. It's hard for me to wrap my head around that. Like, why would you want that sort of mechanic, you know? Obviously, people do. Can we do right, left, right? I think that might be 2 combos. We'll see. Thunder Punch and what else? Head Splitter. I think she's gonna do 2 combos if I did it correctly here. Yeah, I did Frost Breath and Dolphin Attack. This is why I went to the trouble of getting an orb for everybody so we can heal the whole party. Yeah, I agree, Yukupo. Free-to-play, like, cosmetics are a really cool game funding idea. Like, I've played Guild Wars 2 for a while, and every now and then I would buy something from the store just because, hey, I enjoy this game, I've been playing it for a year, and I haven't really thrown any money at them since I bought it. So I don't feel guilty spending $5 on a, you know, silly cosmetic item here and there. But it's a problem when it becomes pay to win rather than pay for fun. That tends to be true, Andrea, yes. Companies that are able to get away with delaying a game for a long time until it's perfect are the companies that are operating on a lot of extra capital, like Nintendo or Square. That's why their games tend to be very, very polished. But a lot of Western developers are making games on a loan. Like indie developers in particular are often making a game during early access now. So they better make a good game or their investors essentially are going to be pissed. A lot of MMOs are made on loans. They're saying, hey, we're gonna be able to pay you back in this amount of time. Things can go south pretty quickly. Keep using the same combo here. Pretty well last time. Boosters don't bother you? Yes, you mean like an item that doubles the amount of experience you're getting in an hour or something like that? Right, Spiky. That one's a little bit rougher. As long as they're not balancing it around that assumption. I kind of get stressed out with things like boosters if I do have one, because then I feel like I need to go even further in optimizing my playtime. Like, oh, if I'm playing this game and I don't have a booster turned on, then I'm not playing it right. Or if I do, maybe I didn't buy a booster, maybe I got one as part of a promotion, and it only lasts for an hour. Now I feel compelled to make that hour as productive as humanly possible. Now I'm treating my video game like a, you know, like a spreadsheet. Hey Dehan, how you doing? Good seeing you. Fighter of the Night, huh? Could have him heal this turn. Yeah, let's do that. Let's have him heal Ben. You can do Frost Breath. I think she's gonna be able to charge up period soon. We'll do, no, the one he's got is probably fine. I think he's gonna charge up for next turn. No, maybe not. Or we'll just keep healing then. Alright, Spiky. Stress. I am not very good at RTS games because they stress me out too much. I'll definitely play them on stream. So the agreement is let's beat every awesome game. Games like StarCraft are awesome. So I have a duty to play them. But feeling like I need to be using every second of my time productively. Very stressful. So you can just do auto and try to get some AP back. Kind of actually wanted him to use his special move. I'll use the punch again. I think more of the problem with Fire Emblem is that a lot of stuff that's done in Fire Emblem is done just because that's how it's always been done. I don't know if they really sit and think about it too much, like, we should change this. And you notice that when they do change things, that there's uproar in the community. Like, Fire Emblem has always had permadeath for characters, and Fire Emblem Awakening offered a casual mode where you can avoid that, and people were pissed. It's like, it's not even, it's an option. You don't have to pick that one if you don't want to. Probably the only way to do it, I think. Everybody defend. Hey Chaos, how you doing? I think they get the benefit of the defend even if they don't get to act first, which is good. If it required them to act before his move, we'd be in trouble. These are one of the most OP looking abilities, just graphically, of the game that we've seen so far. And it will definitely wipe us if we don't defend from it. Chaos, how was your flight? Let's do the whole thing, that's fine. And you. Alright, Spiky. I feel like you probably shouldn't design your game in such a way that you incentivize save scumming, where it feels like the correct thing to do is to save your game constantly, and then if something unlucky happens, to load your save. Let's defend again. Alright, Chaos. Nice. Yeah, I know that feel. You missed me wipe against this boss. I was focusing on chat and didn't notice him charging up. And then I was just like, oh, that looks like a nasty attack. Holy shit, we all just died. It's a cool way to do it. Leon. Yeah, I'm happy with this attack. Let's just keep doing that. Yeah, having a compromise is interesting. It's kind of cool when you become attached to a unit. Like, I like that in Brigandine, Sanguine Haze's patron sub-block game. In that game, you like all your units are kind of crappy to start with. They're just a bunch of monsters that you summon. But as individual units do well in combat, as they're the ones that are lucky enough to deal the killing blow, they start to level up very quickly compared to the other characters, and then they evolve into different units. So you feel attached to your good units because they're necessarily characters that you invested in. And they kind of all start from the same mold. It kind of becomes a problem when you have a game like Fire Emblem that's giving you certain named characters that are naturally better than your other party members. I think that's when you start to run into dangerous territory, where there's units that just by default are better than the random ones that you can find. Final Fantasy Tactics has that issue as well. What's this guy? Yeah, man, this game is dark. First thing that happened in the game today was a baby fell into a pit created by an earthquake. 3 identically named babies. Ouch. All right. Nice, Leon. I really do dig the story of this game. It's cool. I don't remember much of the game specifically, Chaos, but from when I played it as a kid, but the general atmosphere being pretty dark stuck with me. It's grim. A lot of these games are all about friendship is magic. We can do it, guys. Where's my host body? Now I'm gonna die. Watch and vexation. What are you gonna do, buddy? Right. I've heard that there are certain games that you can play on Twitch that are pretty well suited to naming your units after like people in your stream. Was it Darkest Dungeon? I think that's the game, the indie title that came out earlier this year or last year. But anyway, people will play it, and they'll name people after people in chat using raffles or the like, and then people get invested in it, start blaming the people in chat when the character doesn't do well. I don't know, I'm kind of okay with her not being lava. Yeah. No, it's cool, Chaos, like... It's unusual to have that kind of tone in a game, especially in that era. Coming out of the Super Nintendo, where it was extra difficult for developers to get away with making very, very grim titles. I'm gonna try to backtrack a little bit and save so we don't have to worry about fighting that boss again. Ooh, so I think that's one of our first Ra-Seru that we've encountered. Try to learn his magics. Yeah, right, Leon. We'll probably bring some more kind of like stream appropriate games in the Wednesdays free play. There's a indie game that I talked with the developer for at TwitchCon called Streamline. We're trying to get into the beta for that. It's where basically the streamer is against everybody else. It's kind of like asymmetrical multiplayer. And the people in chat can interact via an app they can download or use on their computer to influence what's going on. The second generation, there's another game like that called Choice Chamber that's built around Twitch. But now it's more of a proof of concept. Alright. Heal. Let's use somebody else to heal. Okay. Trying to level up their magics. Rode past this a little bit earlier. Oh look, now there's a chest we can get. Healing Bloom. Those are pretty good. I think it's a party heal, so we can use that if we're out of MP. Didn't learn the freed spell, so we're gonna keep going for it. Everybody can contribute to this. Swan dive. You, my friend, don't have any combos to use because you don't have enough AP, so you're just gonna punch him. Fall, punch him in the face. Nope, no magics. You have to see it start to sparkle on the ground. That's what suggests we're gonna get something. Hey D-Rock, how you been? Hey Akifall, what's up? Good seeing you again. Aki was hanging out, dropping Final Fantasy X knowledge last night when we beat it. Let me know that there's a way to cheese the Great Malboros, one of the nastiest enemies in that game, by provoking them. It keeps them from using bad breath on you. Not familiar with the Final Fantasy series, bad breath is an iconic attack from this specific kind of enemy that inflicts you with every status effect in the game. It usually means game over, because one of those status effects is petrify. You get turned to stone and you just die. Not much, man. How's it been? Heard you made it out to Cain's. Jealous. Andrew and I visit Ohio next year. We're gonna have to stop at a Raising Cane's. Best chicken fingers in the world, based on my limited exposure to chicken fingers. Best chicken fingers I've had personally, speak more precisely. Alright, we're gonna go... We're just backtracking a room real quick to save. It's interesting that they bothered to update this room with snowy bits. How do you guys pronounce the... Is it Worcester sauce? The sauce, it looks like it's supposed to be Worcestershire. I keep hearing different people just kind of like, you know, it's like Army of Darkness when he's trying to remember the password for the Necronomicon, and he's like, Klaatu Barada. I feel like people do that with this sauce. Anyway, that's one of the key ingredients in the cane sauce at this restaurant. Is it Worcester? It's a couple British words like that that are tough to follow. Hey Ninten, how you been, man? Good to see you. Keep on punching. I'm gonna have her do an auto. I'd like to have her have more AP for the next time we fight. I don't think we're gonna kill them all in this turn. It's probably the next round. Worcestershire. For some reason, D-Rock, I pronounced that extra Bostonian. Worcestershire. Oh, chaos. Damn you. I want to have 4 Raising Canes in a few miles. Worcestershire. Woo, Chester. I just noticed that Gala has over 1,000 hit points. That's pretty neat. Ouch. Yahan. Yeah, I didn't consider what it would be called in other languages. That would probably have some insight into how it's intended to be pronounced. What if they call it in Japanese? Usata. Yo, Cane's does have really good ice. Have you guys ever been to a restaurant where the ice is like really finely ground? It's not like big cubes. It meshes into the drink really well. Yeah, I mean, you don't go to Cane's for anything other than the chicken fingers. I feel like the only reason they have things on their menu other than chicken fingers is just be able to say that there are things on the menu that aren't chicken fingers. But it's good to try them. Just crinkle fries, you know. Just bread. Oh, I have space for a 5th hit now. That's cool. Should see if there's a combo that I can do now. There might be. I want to use my big attacks on the Stone Lizard because he blocks most of our hits. Kind of frustrating. Left, right, left. Right. Take him out first. Very, very high defense. Thank you, Aki. That sounds exact. Usita Sosu. I love the way that Japanese romanizes things. It just makes me smile. Often they just take the English word and fit it into their pronunciation style. I think the word for fuzzy in Japanese is faji. And sometimes they'll use a loan word when they don't really need to. Like there must be a word in Japanese that natively means sauce, right? So their decision to use the like romanized sauce this makes me smile in my heart. It's such a cool language to see transliteration. German's another one that's pretty cool, where German will just have a really, really long word, just long compound word. They won't make a new thing. You can actually see this in like if you see Diablo 3 screenshots that are in the German client, you know, there'll be this long like 50 character word that means Greater Nephilim Rift. Oh, I missed out. Cool, vulture blade. I like vultures, I like blades. Yeah, so I'm guessing you would use salsu to mean like a foreign sauce. Like ranch, you know. But like I'm sure that they have their own word for soy sauce. Ooh, that's a 5-hit attack. Pretty exciting. And costs 50. Nice. I don't think anyone's learned that freed attack yet. Hey Dougie, how you doing? Teach me how to. How is your Tuesday coming? Yeah, this game's really cool. I played this as a kid between the releases of Final Fantasy VIII and Final Fantasy IX is how I mark time. Because I remember playing FF9 and being like, this whole mist thing seems really similar. Wasn't this in Legend of Legaia? It has some cool ideas with the kind of fighting game inspired combat system, like the dark story. Actually, apparently inadvertently ripped some of this off for my Dungeons & Dragons game with the Ra-Seru system of having this thing on your arm that augments you in some way. Yeah, that sounds about right, Akifall. Middle school sounds about right. It was like, must have been like 1998 or so. No, Final Fantasy VII is 1997. That's my anchor year. I can remember that FF7 is 97, so everything has to be like relative to that. It must have been like 99 or something that I played Legend of Legaia. I think moving up here changed the landscape below us a little bit, maybe? Question mark? See if we can figure that out. Yeah. Huh. Okay, slippery wall, got it. Yeah, we just we defended, and we've got everybody has the orb magic. We haven't been doing a lot of grinding so far. He did beat us the first time we attempted it, though, I won't lie. I forgot the mechanics of the fight and didn't realize that I was going to get my ass so horribly handed to me. I think I was looking at chat when he said that, like, you know, he's charging up, so I didn't use the spirit command to defend. What's that, D-Rock? Right, Akifal? I feel like new words from now on, the world is globalized enough that they're going to develop in tandem. Like, whoever comes up with the word first, everyone's just going to adopt it. Like, emoji is an example of that. I think we're going to see consolidation of words across languages. The more people are collaborating and working with each other on the internet. Well, emoji referred to a specific outcropping of. Someone correct me. I'm gonna phrase this incorrectly. I think I've got the general idea right though. There's encoding where you put in a specific code and it pulls out a symbol, and we've had that with ASCII for a long time, ASCII, but they're usually pretty simple, like black and white text characters. But there are certain operating systems that can also process code to display the more complex, like turd emote or like the crying face, and that was a Japanese invention. And it started to spread more and more into modern operating systems that can read emoji and don't just process it as a white square. Maybe someone can do some Googling on that and phrase that in a way that's a little bit more educated. That's just my understanding of it. Unicode emojis, there you go. Hey Joe man, how you been? Yeah, English is like a big collection of loanwords, I would almost say. Oxford twerking. Like one of the 5 fundamental flavors of the Japanese loanword, umami. It means savory. Well, the Romance language share a lot in common with each other. Pretty good chunk of it. Right, there's so many origins of words that you can't really write a consistent rule for anything. Hey, sneakers. She had a sound effect of Andrea yelling sneakers. Oh, I upgraded my my chest song sound effect. Somebody find a chest, maybe. Play it. That's super interesting, Leon. I think I saw that on Reddit recently. Cow is Germanic, but beef is French. The yelling sneakers dates way back. I used to play this game on Twitch with my sister-in-law and her boyfriend. Like the Jack Attack box. It was part of like, it had like You Don't Know Jack, but it had a bunch of other games like Fibbage. And it's really fun to play on Twitch because the Twitch delay is just about short enough that it's playable with people that are like in the audience. But anyway, like my sister-in-law got really drunk. We got sneakers to play with us, and she would yell "sneakers" at the top of her lungs. So Andrea yells it now whenever she sees them. Oh, what's the Japanese pronunciation of vampire? Is it bumpari? Bumpari? They don't really have a V sound. They usually sub it for like a B sound. They're close. I should heal. He can't heal. Okay. Alright, you use orb. Let's do it. Bumpire. Yeah, that sounds right. Pig and pork is the same, Yukipo. Awesome. Alright, not gonna wipe in this trivial random frog fight. I was worried that we were. Ow, ow, ow. Kuketsuki? I mean for vampires? That's not a loan word. That's one I could see becoming, having its own concept. If you have the opportunity, I highly recommend studying pictogram-based language like Chinese, Japanese, Korean. I think Korean's actually a phonetic alphabet though, isn't it? It's not like Hanza or Kanji, where there's a symbol for every possible word. It's more like Japanese is hiragana. Anyway, it's so different if you grew up with Western languages. It's kind of cool to try to think in that mindset, like why is this character constructed the way that it is? I think that the theory on that, Leon, is that it might be based in like rabies in some way. I'm making that up. I don't know if there's actually merit to that. Heard that before though. Let's try that again. Left, left, right, left, right. There we go. You, my friend, get to do Thunder Punch. Thunder Punch. And then uppercut. Oh, that's really cool, Chaos. Yes, Sneakers, I did a full playthrough of Twilight Princess already as part of our full Zelda series run. But I intend to pick up Twilight Princess HD when it comes out. We'll do a midnight play of it. Maybe we'll do a marathon until we beat it. And it'll be kind of cool since we just played the Wii version to be able to point out what's different. Twilight Princess is a really good game. It, like Skyward Sword, has a lot of room for improvement in a remake, so I'm excited to see what they fix, what they improve on. The biggest problems with Twilight Princess is despite having some of the best bosses and some of the best endgame, like the opening is horrific. It's really, really long, incredibly boring. They can streamline that in some way. It's sort of like if they took the Triforce piece hunt from the end of Wind Waker and just front-loaded it. That's a decent stopping point, Dougie. Link to the Past is my favorite Zelda game. It's so good. I like the 3D Zeldas. They're good. Don't get me wrong. I have a better connection with the 2D titles, and there's certain kinds of puzzles and dungeon designs that you can only do in 2D Zelda. I found a chest.
I found a chest. I found a chest. I found a chest. Hey, 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 hey.
It actually ended up sounding quite a bit better than I thought it would. I did that before stream today. All right. That's what happens when you leave somebody with Audacity in an hour and a half of time. Gravwell? No. What's the pitch for it? I feel like a, you know, dick upper management guy all the time whenever people are telling me about a game. They're like, give me the elevator pitch. I'm a busy man. I don't have more than like 2 lines of delivery for it. But in all seriousness, it's kind of nice when people like break something down into 3 sentences. What's the sell for it? Hey, you can. This game's not on the PSN. My policy is that I avoid emulation if I'm able to give somebody money for their product. But I don't really think there's a way to pick up Legend of Legaia, at least to my knowledge, without buying it used, and that doesn't return any money to the developer. But it emulates just fine. I've been having an issue with it. Fundamentally one-dimensional game. See that? Was it the, you had my curiosity, now you have my attention? What does that mean? Alright. I wish that this game had a repel, because at this point I just want to explore this icy room that I'm in and find out where I'm supposed to go. Doing that is rough. Try going around this way. Because the encounter rate's quite high. I guess I could just start running from battles, but I'm also a little underleveled as I understand it. Like, it's surprising that I was able to fight the boss that we just took on at this level, so I should continue fighting these guys to learn magic, 1, and to level up a little bit more. Yeah, Lunder's pretty rare. That's a series I want to do on Twitch. I don't know if anyone's familiar with this game called Landstalker. It was an isometric, like Zelda-style game for the Genesis, and it was actually the original Lunder game. Lunder's a spiritual successor to Landstalker. And I owned that game for Genesis as a kid, but the save battery was broken, so I never beat it because I could only ever play it for so long before I'd have to shut the game off and try again, or if I game over, I'd have to start over. So that one will be fun to do. Oh, that's really cool, Leon. Nice. Right, got more magic. You got Landstalker as well? Right on. Not a lot of people know Landstalker. That's cool. You guys are new to the stream. Hey, I'm Marstead. Twitch, I'm trying to play and beat every awesome game ever made. Live with all of you. Store the playthroughs on YouTube when we're done. If you go to games.marstead.com, you can check out a list of everything that's in progress, including Legend of Legaia, what we've already beat, and YouTube playlists for all that stuff. There's also a voting spreadsheet where you can vote on the next game we're going to play and stream. If you're just here for Legend of Legaia, that's totally cool. We're playing it all day today until 6 o'clock Pacific. And then it will return on Mondays and Tuesdays until we finish it. Oh, this chest always been here? Okay, all players select a card from their hand. They're revealed and resolved in alphabetical order. Oh, that's really interesting, Leon. I love games that's a cool piece of design space when you think about how you resolve actions and doing it in alphabetical order. That's very interesting. All right, just to double check, who still needs... He needs it, so he can do a big bit. She probably needs it. No. He does not, though, so let's have him fight the frogs. I will when I open it. If you guys want to do it, still need to tweak like the cooldowns and stuff, but those are some options for you. I've been exposing myself to way more Enix games lately. Actually, thanks to D-Rock, has been nominating them as part of his subscriber block games. As a kid, the only ones I experienced were ActRaiser and Evo, which are both really cool games. Evo's the Evolution RPG. It's really cool. I've never played it before. It's an action RPG for the Super Nintendo. For some reason, though, I never played Illusion of Gaia. I never played Terranigma or Soul Blazer. Dude, a modern sequel to Evo would be so rad. Like, I thought that Spore was gonna be Evo 2, and it ended up not being, but if they made it, if they like really put some effort into it, or even made an Evo MMO, I would play that forever. Check it out if you haven't seen it before, Google it. Basically, you start as a fish, and as you eat other fish, you gain evolution points, which are like XP. And then you spend those to evolve. Yahan, are you anticipating using that one quite a bit? Nice, Spiky. I never played ActRaiser 2. I played ActRaiser 1, which is an amazing game. I heard ActRaiser 2 is a little bit more focused on the action part rather than the sim part. I found a chest. Guardian Chain. Let's see. Guardian Chain does what? Neither you nor your enemy can block attacks. That's a horrible name for what this thing does. That's the it's the opposite of guarding. Anti-Guardian Chain? Yeah. ActRaiser had the Castlevania gravity problem. You know how like when Simon Belmont jumps, once he commits to a jump, that's it. Like if he bumps into something, he gets knocked backwards and dies. It's like that, but turned up to 11. Really good games, though. I love ActRaiser. I think we want to kill these frogs first. They don't seem that dangerous, but they are pretty nasty. I think that they're immune to high attacks as well, so I'm trying to avoid using them. It'll be fun playing Golden Sun again. I was into the first 2 games. I didn't play anything beyond that. Very good. Yeah, it's the fat chocobo sound, which I think is pretty appropriate. I thought about doing just a boring rim shot, but to aid my fair use claim for those sound effects, I actually recorded myself doing the sound effect on top of it. Part of when you're arguing fair use, you need to argue 4 tenets. You have to show that it's transformative is the important one, so you're not just like cutting something out and using it. So that's where the, you know, singing along while it's going comes from. The other 3 are like, it can't cause financial damage to the original owner. It has to be a small part rather than a large part of the original work, which I think we already have. It's a, you know, individual sound effect from a giant game. I'm trying to remember what the 4th one was. I think it has to do with how critical it is to the work in total. So if the entire work was just me spamming the first few bars of the Fat Chocobo theme, then that would fail a fair use argument in court. But the fact that it's something that pops up, you know, once or twice in a stream is a little bit better of an argument. Yeah, welcome to fair use. I learned about this at TwitchCon, actually. My favorite panel that I went to was this, it's called The Legality of Let's Plays. And it was just these 4 nerdy lawyers that were talking about nerding out about fair use. Really, really cool. The interesting thing with fair use is that it's something that you argue, it's not something that you prove. There is no such thing as proving fair use. It's just something you have to be prepared to defend if taken to court, basically. You can, if you're interested, check it out. You Google TwitchCon Legality of Let's Plays. I think they have a VOD for it. They don't talk about Twitch in particular, but they talk about like a lot of the myths people have about fair use. Like, a lot of people assume that if you give credit, then it's okay. Like, no, that's not true. Sometimes that's all people ask for is that you give credit, but let's do right, right, left, right. Alright, see you, Dougie. I've been saying, Yahan, when we eventually play Dead Space on stream, it's going to completely be my fault. I won't have anyone but to blame myself. Did he block my tech? Man, why you gotta be so rude? Oh shit. So, Chaos, there are some times where I know, I'm just saying it because it's funny to see the vote show up in chat. That makes Yahan so happy, but that time I completely forgot. Oh, that's interesting, Aki. Yeah, I remember you mentioning that yesterday, that you used to be a moderator for Game FAQs. And I'm sorry I pronounced it that way. I know a lot of people say Game Facts. That's what I said as a kid, and I can't train myself out of it. That must have been rough work. I have the Marstead inverse quality theorem of game forums, or forums in general on the internet, and that's the average quality of the forums on a website is inversely proportional to the quality of the site. So Game FAQs is a very useful, excellent page. Its forums are often pretty nasty. Same for like IMDb and YouTube, both very useful, well done, polished sites. Their comment sections and forum sections are awful. You say FAQs as well, Chaos? Okay, I don't feel alone then in not saying facts. Fakwas. It's not to say that there aren't like productive, positive conversations that happen in Game FAQs forums, but it's like the more people you have coalescing into a group, the more likely there's going to be squeaky wheels that make a lot of noise and are trolly and so on. Yeah, 4chan Lite is accurate description, I would say. I like their answer system that they added. That was kind of after my time. I used to be pretty hardcore into following games on there. After I stopped really using it all the time, though, they added the system where you can like ask a question and then people can provide answers and you can mark it resolved or not. It makes it really easy on someone going back and searching. Metamod? How did that work exactly, Specky? Yeah. Makes him so happy. So we have this voting spreadsheet, right? You can spend the points, the currency you own, by hanging out in chat. You can check your points with !SP. Chaos Factor happens to be sitting on a big chunk of them, and he's basically like matching people's votes. Or like whenever he hears me say the name of this horror game that I'm afraid to play, he puts a vote toward it. Yahan's pet game. So that's what's happening there. If you ever catch me say the name of that game and you don't see Chaos vote for it, give him a heads up. Oh god, Spiky. That's scary. The fact that that system would even be necessary, wow. So that's kind of like League of Legends had something like that to improve reduce the toxicity of their game, right? They had like the tribunal where like random users would be presented with cases and asked to give a decision, and then they would just take the decision in aggregate. I could leave the dungeon. I'm actually not sure what my next step should be. I'm gonna be killing these things for a long time. I might need to just pop out just so I can like stay at the end because I'm all out of MP. Who has... Okay, she has it. Does he have it? He doesn't have it yet, okay. Cool, cool. Then I won't have her attack it. Well, maybe I will, because I think she's going to attack first. She tends to have the first initiative. Maybe we'll be unlucky here. Oh, wow. Yahan. I'm onto your tricks, mister. You can't fool me. That's a really nasty attack. I don't think I've been appreciating how hard that hits. It'll be fun to do Kingdom Hearts on stream. I really like Kingdom Hearts. I can't believe that game exists. It's bizarre to me. I hear the rumor is that it exists because a Disney executive and a Square executive met in an elevator. It was just a serendipitous encounter. Oh, interesting, Aki. That seems like a way to do it. Just have a mod queue instead of assigning people to specific areas. That probably removes some of the, because like if you're the moderator that's focused on the Dragon Quest forums and you're like a really passionate Dragon Quest person, you know, there might be a conflict of interest in your moderation there than if you're just kind of given random reports. So you guys get to enjoy a nice bloom effect. Still haven't replaced the screen that our cat's destroyed that typically blocks the sun from shining directly into my face. So for the next hour or so, enjoy brightly lit Marstead forehead. Let's see. We're gonna do Fire Blow on the nasty stone lizard guy. Excuse me. Oh, sure, Aki. You know, I have that problem. I'm a fairly conflict-averse person. For some people in chat have picked up on that. And particularly when I'm playing Smash Brothers, I get a lot of people that come in that like to trash talk each other and be salty with each other. And their argument is that, oh, they're just playing around, you know, but it's really hard to read that, especially if it's just two friends that pop into your chat, and you don't want to create an atmosphere where people are just being rude, unsportsmanlike, and insulting to each other. So it's really hard to just take action when someone's like, no, you know, he wasn't being mean to me, we just talked shit to each other. I'm like, can you like take it to whisper or something, man? I don't know if we want to have that out in the open. I do, Yahan. I'll post the link to you. Give me 1 second. Do you want to see games that other people have nominated for their next subblock, or games that people have already nominated? Because I can show you both. Ah, Chaos beat me. Thank you, Chaos. Good looking out, man. There's that sheet. There's also, if you go to games.marstead.com, I have a subblock indicator next to games that have only been played during subblock, so you can tell what has already been added in the past if you're trying to avoid overlap. We're reaching the point where there's enough subscribers now that if everybody just picks one game, you're going to look at something like a 1.5 to 2 month wait before you see your game pop up. If I do 12 sub-blocks a month at an hour each, and there's like 17 subscribers, about a month and a half. Or you could do what like Yukupo and Capuman have done, which is vote for the same game to get that one double the chance of showing up sooner. It's up to you. If you're a new subscriber, you're almost guaranteed to have your game show up the next possible subblock, so that's the way I've got it mathed out behind the scenes. And then you rejoin the pool with everybody else. Let's do right left. Yeah, Dougie, it's hard, and it's like I don't want to be mean about it. I want to be like, hey guys, you know, if you don't stop, I'm gonna ban you. It's like I'm not being mean. I just don't want that atmosphere in chat because there's a lot of people who don't know that you're friends and this is fine between you, that you're pulling each other's legs. Interesting, Aki. Wow. By the book seems to be the way to do it. Just if they're letter of the law not doing what they should be doing, then just moderation action, no room for interpretation. That's typically what I've gone with Twitch. Be like, hey, can you guys tone it down? I'm trying to give a positive atmosphere, and if they keep acting stupid, be like, hey, you know, please stop, or we're gonna have to time you out. And I think that's worked out pretty well. Hooray! Kami survived blizzard driving. GG. Well played. Let's do victory music on behalf of Kami surviving his drive home in the snow. How much snow did you say you had? In freedom units, please? I wish we'd convert to centimeters. I don't have an intuition, unfortunately, for metric, though. Oh, that sucks, Aki. That just sounds like a lot of drama. you know. Find that people who begin their sentences and meeting you with saying that they hate drama are usually very dramatic people, but it is frustrating when you just want to, like, can't everybody just get along? Can we not fight? Thank you, Kami, I appreciate that. Ancient defunct units. Now you need to give me how much snow you got in stones. What's the most absurd unit of measure that you can think of? The weight of the snow. Yeah, me too, Chaos. I'm actually kind of upset that there was an effort to convert the US to metric around the time I was born, I think when Reagan was president, and it got shut down. So I could have been growing up alongside the metric system and developing an intuition for it, but once you don't have one, it's pretty tough. I get away with Celsius. I know the mnemonic for remembering Celsius. I think it's hot 29. Yeah, 30 is hot, 20 is nice, 10 wear a jacket, 0 is ice. You remember that, you can kind of figure out Celsius. I just have to repeat it in my head every time. But that's much better than the hell is going on with Fahrenheit. 32 is ice, really? Interesting choice. Yes, give me the snow in Canada and millismoots. Yeah, heck yeah, Aki. Andrea was able to include that in her talk that she gave on dark matter, my wife. There's, roughly 1 dark matter particle per liter. It's the density, the local density here on Earth. That's not a lot of particles if you think about how many particles are actually in a liter of soda, for example. The Avogadro's number, 10 to the 23. Let's do this one. Yeah, we got a door of light out of here. We're out of MP for almost all. Ooh, that's the door. Where is it? All right, let's back up. This might be a dead end. And we've got a thing that lets us leave. And we got to go use an inn anyway, so it's worth it. 5'7" So whenever somebody asks me, hey man, what are you up to? I say, oh, about 5'11". They're usually like, what? Like, oh, I hate you. Sure did. All right, so it was that we were supposed to turn around and leave. I did that this afternoon. I think I like that better than a rim shot. All right, talking to the mayor. Yesterday I had to do some tweaking on the volume. Like I did all my volume testing assuming max volume, which wasn't the way to do it. I had to correct for the game volume being reduced as well, because what's actually happening is it's playing a sound effect on my computer and you guys are just picking up the desktop audio. So if the game is made quieter, the sound effect is made quieter. I had to max it up. Nani? Alright. What could those henchmen of the mist be thinking? Alright, let's save. We're gonna go talk to the mayor. We're playing Legend of Legaia today until 6 o'clock Pacific. So about another hour and 40 minutes. Like I said, if you're just here for Legaia, that's totally rad. It will be back Mondays and Tuesdays typically. Just check the schedule.
I found a chest, I found a chest, I found a chest, hey, 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 hey.
Alright, let's go upstairs. But I didn't actually find a chest. Hey, Mayor. He looks so out of place in this, like, fantasy world. He's got, like, a cummerbund and, like... I don't know, he looks like a modern-day mayor. I have a favor to ask of you. Would you bring me some spring salts from Bidna? Sure, okay. The guards let you use the elevator. Dude's a creeper, man. Right? I was partially expecting people to use the chest command whenever there was a character that had unnecessarily large boobs. But I don't think it was loud enough yesterday during Shantae. There's another one that's just exclamation point chest that's supposed to be like, hey dude, there's a thing on the screen that you missed, you idiot. Which happens surprisingly frequently. If you go back and watch my Twilight Princess playthrough in the Water Temple, apparently there were like 6 or 7 times where a chest was right in front of me and I just didn't look at it at all. Modern day mayors and their cummerbunds. What the hell is this anachronistic shit? I didn't even try any hear this. So we got a shortcut to come back to Octum. Curry Devil. The enemies in this game have weird names. I feel like Undertale did a pretty good job of the like nostalgic pseudo-Japanese enemy naming. Like you remember reading through the manual for like The Legend of Zelda back in the day and finding what all the enemies were called. Like, why is the mummy thing called a Gibdo? Why isn't it just called a mummy? All right, Gibdo. I'll remember that. Sounds pretty cool, man. Chaos is saying the same thing. I do like that. There's also there's a pen and paper game called Feng Shui that unfortunately it doesn't look like Leon's still in chat. He'll probably get him to regale you with in the future. But it's inspired by, it's like a kung fu kind of a thing, so all of the systems in the game are built around that. You use minion enemies as a resource, I think. Like there's like mook enemies that are trivial for you to defeat. So like you describe how you defeat them and that gives you impetus to fight the boss enemies better. It's a really cool mechanic. Look at that. And he whispered it? That's right, you can whisper commands to the bot. I don't think that works with the sound effect commands, though. Technically, I'm running 2 bots. What does it mean? Double bots all the way. And one of them has... The one that is whisperable doesn't have the sound effect capabilities. So that can't come from out of nowhere. Good, but not super cheesy. So what, on the cheeseometer, where like, I'd say Big Trouble in Little China is medium cheesy. How many like millilimbergs are we from Big Trouble? Less cheesy than Big Trouble. Okay, right on. That's helpful. Big Trouble's my cheese barometer. Excellent movie if you've never seen it before, you owe it to yourself. We need to go to none of those places. This thing lets us port somewhere, right? We got like a Door of Wind. Said they wanted Vidna. I feel like the cheese to grit thing is a cycle that we move through. Alternate grits basically are a cheesy breakfast food, so it makes sense. I mentioned this the other day. My favorite thing about Big Trouble is that the hero is the sidekick and the sidekick is the hero. And the dialogue's hilarious. I'm actually glad that that movie never got a sequel, and I hope that it doesn't. That was pretty bad. Uh-oh, this town has mist now. Wonder if the mayor had something to do with it. See if I can still stay in the inn or not. It's not easy being cheap. You guys remember the Chester Cheetah video game for the Super Nintendo? This is back in the day when they just made games like that. I think the most recent, like, obvious commercial tie-in game that's not Call of Duty with Doritos was it Sneak King? The stealth game where you played as the Burger King for the Xbox? It was actually pretty cool. Before that, they were all over the place, though. Like, there's the Cool Spot 7-Up game, there's the Chester the Cheetah game. And they usually weren't terrible. Like, they weren't very good, but I think it was easier to make a licensed property into a not terrible game back then. Dude, Mick Kids is a solid game. Holy shit. They gave that game away in Happy Meal toys, and it's really good. It's pretty hard. If you haven't played it before, it's for the NES. Check it out. McDonald's Kids. United against the Hamburglar. An Agent of Darkness. Can't stay at the inn because it's misty. Bummer. Oh yeah, the Dominoes game. They all turn into monsters when the mist is around. I don't think Nintendo, or not Nintendo, I don't think that McDonald's knew what they had on their hands with McKids. Do people speedrun that game? I bet it's really interesting to watch. It has super precise controls, so it's pretty difficult, but I feel like anytime you fail in that game, it's clear that it's your fault. Alright, we need to go get the salts. Fortunately, there doesn't seem to be any enemies here. Hey, what's up, sir, dude? This one seems pleasant. Okay. Jug. Ooh, sortie. You already have that one? Oh, he does. Attack the other one then. You have sortie. Don't. Perfect. Let's do dolphin attack. Oh yeah, Chex Quest. That's another one that was at the bottom of a cereal box. Someone speedruns everything. Raise a good point, Spiky. People are speedrunning Xenoblade Chronicles, then someone speedruns everything. Yeah. Speedrunning is such an interesting way of consuming video games, and I don't think that there's an analog in any other kind of media that you can take this thing that's really intended to be consumed a certain way and just get something completely different out of it. So you can't like take a book and just read it in reverse order and really get something substantive out of it that you can, you know, build on and agree with other people. I don't know, it's wild to me. It's a community that I'm interested in following from a distance, but not from participating in, because like, for the same reason that playing an RTS game stresses me out, the thought of like playing against the clock in a game stresses me out. Speed watch movies, put it at 120 FPS. Later, Dougie. Yeah, thanks for the follow. Good to have you. Catch you next time.
Sneak!
Hey, Nachan, how you doing? All right. Wow, that's crazy, Spike. Did they just leave it up or something? Is that like a necessity to 100%? I know you've talked about how that game is like one of the most ridiculous games to 100% in general, not just speedrun. Seek refuge from the mist at Donpa's house. Okay, I don't know where that is. Maybe they've got salts. This is a smart way to get us to come back to this town. This town was previously protected from the mist with the windmills that we're running. Right, I think that speedruns where there's a pretty big RNG component are more likely for me to attempt, because it's not like every single mistake you make that's keeping you from frame perfect accuracy is really getting in the way of you having a successful run. You can lose time in certain places and make it up in other places. Wow, that's crazy, Spiky. Mm-hmm. I kind of should go to another town and heal up. I was hoping I was able to use the inn here. Resident Evil 4 would be a cool speedrun. Yeah, you hear that, Aki. If I were to ever do speedruns, it would probably be a game that's less than 2 hours with a full run. It would really bum me out to like get 75% of the way through the game and have something really bad happen and have to start over. Right, sir? Yeah, like Earthbound is one of those games. It has a fairly niche following, but people who are into it really like Earthbound. It seems to be the case for Undertale as well. Shot. Alright, let's see. What do we want to do? We could keep running around low on MP. Anyone actually have... Don't want to waste an item. Gross. To have enough MP to do one more single heal. I guess if I end up having to use that, then I'll go somewhere else. Yeah, Chaos, I hear that the Final Fantasy IX speedrun is really nasty for that reason, that like the most dangerous moment in the game is against Death Guys, which is like the penultimate boss, or penultimate boss. Right before the Kuja fight. You can just get really unlucky and die there. That's true. I feel like the hardcore following for Undertale is fairly niche. I think the reason why that game has gotten so much popular review is because of how short it is. Like, you can talk a lot of people into playing a game that's like between 6 and 10 hours long. But I bet you if Undertale was a 50-hour experience that was the same amount of quality spread out over a longer period of time, a lot fewer people would have played it. Yahan, I admit I had to Google what you were talking about, but once again, probably just changes to bad joke. He speedruns Cooper tests. His best time is 12 minutes. Yeah, it's a good way to put it, Chaos. Yeah, there's only if you haven't played Undertale before, I recommend you check it out. There's only a couple parts of that game that I thought were not the best use of time. Like, I didn't like the kind of epilogue stuff after you reload the save in my playthrough. I mean, there were a few very isolated parts that had the kind of like, whoa, random, like, you know, holds up Spork, I'm the Penguin of Doom humor. But they were few and far between. For the most part, it kind of pulled off the Earthbound quirk without being just completely bonkers, absurd, off-the-wall random. Alright, let's check here. Hey Dehan, welcome back. Fighter of the Night Han. Let's do it right. Do where left, right. Yeah. I think he needs to get one more action to be able to do a double combo. Yeah, it's given how many battles there are, it's not intrusive if it's playing in the background. If I could add one thing to this game, it would be a repel, an item I could get to slow down the random encounter rate. I think I feel that that's true for every JRPG I've ever played that has random encounters. But I feel like I need to do these because I'm already kind of underleveled. Yeah, it's fairly subdued, the battle music. What's a game that has like battle music that's way too exciting and it's all the time? Chrono Trigger also has pretty subdued battle music. The normal battle song is primarily a bass line, the do 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 do. Like that's pretty much the whole song, and it's really cool because you're hearing it all the time and it doesn't get grating. Yeah, we're human. Oh, really, Grishapa? How do I get my hands on it? I don't know if it's something that I can do this early in the game. What's up, folks? Hot spring water suddenly turned cold. The windmills are stopped. Nothing to keep the mist out. Oh, that's right, because the magma is what was powering the windmills. That's why freezing it was a bad thing. It was good for... Man, we had to make a hard decision here. We had to help Octum by stopping the monster that was causing the earthquakes, but doing so screwed these people over. Just an old hag who was bad-mouthing Donput. This was the guy who was building like a fallout shelter in his basement, and everybody was giving him shit for it. Heck yeah, thanks dude. That's what I was hoping for. Charging me for it. Yes, Aki. Same thing. Yeah, as soon as you get Diablos, get no encounters and just move on with your life. I think I've done the same thing in just about every playthrough of Final Fantasy VIII. It's one of the Final Fantasies that gives you access to that the earliest. My favorite implementation by far is Bravely Default for the 3DS, the kind of like spiritual successor to the old school Final Fantasy series, where it's just an option in the menu. You just go in the menu and you say, what do you want the encounter rate to be? You know, 0, minus 50%, minus 100%, there are no encounters, or you can double it if you want to, if you need to grind for some reason. Then you can just fast forward. I think if you're going to use random encounters, that should be the way to do it. My general preference is to have like Chrono Trigger style, where you see the enemies on the map. There's a finite number on the map, and there's some number of them that you can avoid by being clever. Thanks, Pepe. This game's translation, I don't know, the wording just sounds almost like it came literally from Japanese. But who would think everyone would be saved by Donpus? The one we all made fun of. Like, it's very clausy, you know, in its construction. Yeah, Aki, it's nice when there's a clear path, and it feels like it's on you when you make a mistake. That's one of the most important rules of game design for any game, and it's that if the user fails, it should be evident to them why they failed, and it should be clear that the failure was on their part, so that they can learn from it and do something differently next time. Games that have bad controls or have an overly random component take away from that, I think. Let me check that again, hold on. Go to the machine room, there's some treasure there, like spring salts. Oh, right. Yeah, there's all this treasure in the basement we couldn't go through earlier. This guy carried it all the way through the mist? Are you serious? I'll buy a coin. Now, why not? I'll buy a few coins. I think you can get some decent stuff from this thing. I'm not going to save scum it, but we'll try it a little bit. Oh. I don't know if I actually have any control over this or if it's just random. Oh well. Yeah, right, I agree, Aki. That was kind of frustrating in Crisis Core. Like, it almost gave me a heart attack when I started playing it and I saw how many missions there were. I played Crisis Core pretty early in my streaming career and hadn't completely nailed down my decision not to 100% every game that I played. But once I saw how many repetitive missions were in that, I was like, that's it. We're just gonna play this game. It hurts me in my heart to not do all this stuff, but especially since they throw all those missions to you in the first like 20 minutes of the game, and it's like, I just want to see the next story thing. I don't want to do 100 missions first. I'm sorry. They don't parcel them out. Okay, let's go to the machine room. Yeah, the battle fast forward and the auto battle, it was Bravely Default is the first JRPG that I felt is really innovated on the genre in a long time. And I hope that other titles that are similar kind of take on from that. Crisis Core is a cool game, though. I didn't expect much out of it. Like, anything that's primarily Tetsuya Nomura driven and not Sakaguchi driven tends to be convoluted and kind of weird. And Crisis Core is convoluted and kind of weird, but it fits within the narrative of Final Fantasy VII very nicely. And it uses its goofy slot machine system in a really cool way in the final battle to tell its story. I love when games use their mechanics to tell their story. Infinite side quests and Tales of Xillia. Ugh. Ooh. Makes me shiver. Like I said, through some magic future-gazing lens, Kid Marstead is watching this stream and just shaking his head. Disgust. Oh yeah, I haven't looked at anything of Bravely Second intentionally, Firewing. I hope so. Right, exactly, Aki. No, in fact, its success in doing that makes me hopeful for other prequels in the video game world. It's like, prequels tend to not work in film, TV, and books for that reason. You can't have any suspense about any of the characters, but I think when you're injected into the situation and made to experience it yourself, it can work like it did with Crisis Core. I don't think it's going to happen, and it would probably be overkill, but I wouldn't be opposed to a Final Fantasy X prequel where you play as Jecht, Braska, and Orin. Fishing tackle. Okay, right on. And I don't know how to fish in this game. Yeah, Idea Serp. Oh, you haven't played Bravely Default? You should check it out, it's really good. It's Final Fantasy. It doesn't have Uematsu as the composer, but Revo does an outstanding job. That game has some of my favorite tracks in like video game history. Wicked Flight, I think, is in like my top 5 battle themes. Yeah, Lufia 2. That'll be a fun one to play on stream. I think I was a stupid child when I played Lufia 2. I remember being stuck on some of the puzzles in that game forever. And I picked it up and played it for a couple hours, maybe a couple years ago, and I was like, this isn't really as bad as I remembered it being. Yeah, that song is awesome. Oh, exactly, Aki. Yeah, both Jack and Laguna. There's room there. I kind of hope they don't do a 10 prequel because I like that stuff's behind the scenes and you're left to wonder, like, what actually happened there. They give you some views into it, but they leave something to your imagination. Yeah, Lufia 2 has an outstanding soundtrack. Actually, I was really confused as a kid because I rented Lufia 2 and beat it. And if you've played Lufia 1, the end of Lufia 2 is the same as the beginning of Lufia 1. So I played Lufia 2 and beat it, and then I rented Lufia 1 and I was really confused at the beginning. I was like, did I get the wrong game? Like, is this like the save file at the end? What's going on here? Yeah, it's exclamation point, add quote, space, the name of the person, space, whatever the quote is. You don't need like quotation marks or anything like that. There you go. Ow. Giant fireball to the face. Take him in the corner here. Right, because when it finally comes out, it will be entirely my fault. I was wondering what quote flaring was talking about. Alright, let's go up. Trying to remember where the entrance to this place is. Let's experiment with running away. We haven't done it yet in the game. We have to wait for somebody's turn to do it. Okay. If the game is really brutal about escaping like Dragon Quest is, we're just not gonna bother. You know, where Dragon Quest like gives you like a 50-50 chance. It's not even affected by your stats in any way, and then if you fail, you just take a whole bunch of damage. Dread building is completely a thing, absolutely. It might be in this building down here, the hot springs. Let's see. Makes sense. Yeah, right? Oh, look, this is in Latin. There's this great scene in Buffy the Vampire Slayer where, like, Xander is joking. He's reading this spell book or something, and he makes some joke line in Latin, and everything starts on fire. So, Xander, please don't speak Latin in front of the books. I think it would be close to here. Oh, how does running away get handled in Etrian Odyssey? This one seems to be pretty reasonable so far. They still get a hit off on me, but... Upper right part of town. Thank you, internet. Like boss monsters that you're not supposed to be able to fight at that time, I guess. I'm not gonna live that one down. Okay, I'm an adult now. I get another shot. Could not escape. Okay. Only has to happen once for me to never do it again. Oh, interesting. Peek is self-aware at this point. Phone's blowing up at me. Bosses run from you? That sounds horrible, especially if you're winning. Hey, lovely, welcome on. Oh man, more evidence of more confirmation bias driven evidence of the sapience of our bot. Peek peek. My example I use to describe that to people is like confirmation bias. Like, you know, if I theorize that everyone who drives a white van is an asshole and then proceeded to only ever count the people in white vans that are assholes, then my theory would be held true. I'd have hundreds of examples. You know, you don't count the things that don't match your theory. Hey, Sky Corvus, how you doing? So this is the inn. It's like above here. It's in the upper right part of town. Must be this one. Yeah, right. I, for one, welcome Peek Peek as an overlord. You get to keep that?
Yeah.
Awesome. That's cool. She got her lecture poster with the clue board. That's living the dream, man. Like, you have an idea, like, hey, I want to do this lecture that's like combining for dark matter with clue, and there's someone whose job it is to like draw what you wanted.
Yeah, you did a really good job.
Yeah.
I
You don't
told
have
him
to
what
do
to
the art
put in the
yourself.
squares.
Mm-hmm.
I did have some my vision. Do you think our parents would want one? There's apparently a whole bunch of them that they're just
really?
gonna throw out. They're kind of like big.
Yeah, and bulky. They might.
Shit.
Yeah, if they want to get another one, we could probably. Ow! Yes. Use that to whack me in the nose. That's an excellent use of.
My poster. Do not want.
You can use it as a weapon. You can commit domestic abuse live on the internet. All right.
See, Cirque wants to be, what's his name? Terry, I think? Where you get to, like, create someone's vision.
Oh yeah, yeah. Uh huh. Have you guys heard of the red?
Very easy to work with. I know sometimes graphic artists' clients are annoying.
Nasty. Yeah. Have you heard of the red pagoda idea? Andrew was actually able to do that with that project, where
Oh, with the really scary plot?
yeah.
Yeah, I kind of
Basically,
there.
if you're an artist and you have clients asking for things all the time, what you'll do is you'll make what they want, and then you'll intentionally put a red pagoda in your presentation, something that you know the person's gonna look at and say, this looks great, but get rid of that weird red pagoda. Gives them something to zone in on and critique and remove and feel like they contributed. If you don't do that, they're gonna find something to critique and ask to remove that they don't actually want to have removed. They just want to feel like they contributed in some way. So, I would do that sometimes with presentations at my old job. I would like put in a slide that was intentionally sloppy, and inevitably
I like to try to
everyone would be
push
like,
the
"Oh, it's
boundaries.
great presentation, you know." But fix that slide, and I'd be like, "Oh yeah, I can fix that slide. Yeah, no problem, no big deal." Thank you for your feedback. And they'd feel so smart because they pointed out the sloppy slide, and I wouldn't have to deal with them bitching for weeks and weeks and weeks.
I guess my Red Pagoda was just more of, let's see how far I can push this into real science land before I scare people.
She had this plot in there that was very scary. It was useful. She showed it to me, though.
It's an
It
awesome
explained how
plot. Oh,
cross
yeah.
sections
Well,
work.
I ended up using it. I just covered the axes. It didn't try to explain what a barn is.
Don't try to explain what a barn is. I mean, unless if you're talking
it's
about a
a
big
fun
red
story,
building that
so-
contains farm animals. That's. But that might
oh,
be
and
insulting.
Kami, I don't negotiate with terrorists.
Says the domestic abuser. I guess that's not terrorism.
You just gave Flair away.
Everyone on stream is like trembling in their households. Yeah, there totally is flaring. If you Google it, Red Pagoda, I think there's a Wikipedia article on it. It's a really funny concept, but it actually works. Like, that's all people want. They want to feel like they contributed in some way. And if you can give them something to contribute to, you make your life a lot easier. Ow. Man, I don't know. Ben's starting to look pretty badass, his character Gallo, with his armor.
yeah.
I need to like change his shirt though. 'cause
God,
his
I
boots look
hate
way
that
cooler.
my character is wearing like a unitard.
Well, that's just for now.
Or like
Find new
really
uniform.
high-waisted leggings.
What's wrong with high-waisted leggings?
They're terrible.
Google's pulling it on you.
At some restaurant. Yeah, man, maybe you're misremembering. It's actually called, like, the Blue Barn.
Let's see if I can find it.
You should do, like, Red Pagoda business technique. Or presentation or something. So today we all learned that Marstead just made this up.
No, it's really
And
a thing.
somewhere
There's an article on
in
it.
his
I can't
life,
find it on
he
the internet.
convinced himself that this was a reality for the
thing.
rest of us. And he's by sharing it, he's slowly making it a reality for the rest of us.
It was solipsism.
There's a word for that?
Oh god, am I making that up too?
I have no idea.
That's like the most meta thing possible if I Solipsism is the idea that you're the only reality and everything else is a figment, and the only thing you can rely on is like your interpretation. That's not exactly right, but that's kind of the idea. Yeah, it exists now. Master of my own reality. The Marstead effect. Marstead effect is so named for when you put something shitty into your work intentionally to get people to point it out.
You put something controversial
Controversial, there you go.
to,
Deflect.
no, not deflect. It's to encourage discussion. In order to
Oh, I see what you're
facilitate
doing.
collaboration.
There you go. There you go. It's like a taunt, though. It's like it's pulling the aggro off your boss, redirecting it towards whoever your thing is. Yeah, tiger uppercut. Don't get too loud. But you
I'm
can yell.
sorry.
No, I mean,
Oh, sneakers!
I knew you were gonna yell. I'm just saying, go ahead and yell. Just don't. Just watch.
Sneakers!
There's that one time where you disabled everybody in chat.
Sneakers is an awesome artist.
Yeah, solipsism is pretty distressing. There's nothing you can really do to disprove it. Y'all could just be automatons.
Have you read Breakfast of Champions?
No, I haven't read enough Kurt Vonnegut.
I'm thinking that's the one where a guy reads a letter that tells him that everyone else is a robot and he just like starts going and punching people.
Spoiler alert.
And spoiler alert would be telling you what the Breakfast of Champions is. It's a martini.
Nice. You're pretty good, Pikachu. I didn't even say it. Oh, it's just boat matching.
I think I have more sphere points than Chaos now.
Oh yeah. Oh, so you could. Well, you don't have. No one has a bomb that can override the top 4 games right now. I don't think. Pax was the last person.
I'm all about the long game.
Oh yeah, you're gonna do like hey Pax, where you're just like, oh.
No,
Yeah,
just
I'll
slow
spend
and
them
steady
eventually.
wins the race, man.
You're gonna get Kingdom Hearts and Bravely Default up there. Choices. The foam finger.
Oh, it's good. Spend your sphere points.
You get a vote. You
I'm
get a vote.
glad
Yeah, my plan in the very long term is to reward spending sphere points in some way that's separate from actually voting. So, you know, when you reach certain tiers of spent points, you get things like beat sprites that I mail out. But right now, my bot doesn't have any way for me to track that. I'm trying to figure out a smart way to do it. I could theoretically do something where I like figure out
how many sphere points you should have.
And versus how many you do have, but that gets confused by when did you subscribe, because that reduced the amount of your votes, the cost for your votes. Anyway, it's complex for me to do without having an actual feature from the bot creators, so I've got a feature request open to them to let me track it. Maybe make it work with my second bot. Kami has some that are sitting in Ogre Battle 64 escrow. I actually have to play Ogre Battle in order to get to Ogre Battle 64, though. Waiting very patiently. All he's using is a knock on the door. Message from Canada.
How about Canada?
Kami's gonna come beat me up because I'm not playing Ogre Battle.
No. Did you finish it?
No, not yet. I'm gonna beat Silent Hill. I think I'm gonna try to beat it this Saturday morning if we're on the schedule. And then once Silent Hill's done, I still have Ogre Battle and Albert Odyssey, and I think I'm gonna do Ogre Battle first.
What's Albert Odyssey?
That's D-Rock's Sega Saturn RPG.
Oh, right on.
Yeah.
Man, God,
I never played it
a lot of
before, but I've had a
games.
couple people pop in and be like, they look at the game spreadsheet, they're like, Albert Odyssey, whoa, cool.
Right on. Oh, this is great. I like that you're learning about new games. We're all learning about new games.
That's one of the best things about playing on Twitch. I was mentioning earlier that I probably would never play a game like Shin Megami Tensei or Persona without it being voted up. I'm probably going to really enjoy it when I do play it, though, because it's a stupid reason that it doesn't like immediately pique my fancy when I read the back of the box description of it. But like the same could be said for like that Shantae game, and that game's really, really cool and funny.
Oh my god.
Flarewing.
I need to take an economics class.
You should. It's having an intuition for opportunity cost drives your understanding of a lot of other things, because it's applicable to everything. Actually,
Why is it better for you to trade? Oh, because you want butter from England? But you can make the butter.
Right, so let's think about this. If it suppose that it takes an hour of work to make a pound of butter in England, and it takes an hour of work to make a pound of bullets in America. Okay. It takes 10 hours of work to make a pound of bullets in England, and it takes 10 hours of work to make a pound of butter in America. Right? So you're incentivized to use your hour in the most efficient way and then trade for the other thing that's harder for you to make.
Right.
So England is incentivized to trade their butter for America's bullets, and both parties benefit.
But like
There's a
in the
mutual
Red
benefit.
Pagoda case, you don't need your coworkers. I guess you want them to like, you just want them to be happy.
You say that like, why would you want that?
You're doing them a favor, giving them something to do. Here, I'm gonna start my own company with blackjack and
No,
hookers.
Final Fantasy X's not swapping out to anything. I'm trying to clear out games that weren't part of the voting spreadsheet. So that's Final Fantasy X, Earthbound Beginnings, Metroid Prime, and something else. So now that Final Fantasy X's done, it's just, we're good. We put Final Fantasy IV in the voting spreadsheet, but we're not subbing it out. The goal is going to be to do 2 spreadsheet games on Monday and Tuesday, and Thursday and Friday. Right. I'm excited for the challenging JRPG with interesting mechanics part of it. It sounds really cool. I've had like friends outside of the internet tell me I should play Shin Megami Tensei, but I bet I'll really dig it.
want to click on it because I'm not at work. Oh.
Blue is load will be all I'll tell you about that link. What do you mean that's not safe for work? It's just there was a spooky ghost.
Yeah, spooky ghost. He got his ectoplasm all over and took my pants down.
This town's still safe? Jeremy. Hope so. I wanted to stay at the inn and maybe buy some items. I wanted to get a few more of the teleport items. Maybe some teleport stuff. You don't have any teleport stuff? Useless. Did you hear the new chess song?
Yes. You really, like, made it all fancy.
Hey people, how you doing? Thank you for the host.
You put, like, some bass in it or something.
Yeah, I added all these
Drums.
layers. There's percussion in there.
Yeah, alright, I thought I heard drums. Made it a little jingle.
I'm gonna do it for the nose song eventually too. I just have to.
I still get, like, writership of that.
The nose song?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you owe me, like, 20% of your royalties.
Right, of course.
Thanks.
Technically, the chess song is ripped off of the Little Rascals, like, 90s remake.
No, it wasn't. I just came up with it.
No, you stole that from me.
Did I?
Yes, you did.
I made this thing.
You made this? I made this.
I made this.
No, there's a scene where Alfalfa's like,
Yeah,
I
I've
got a
got
dollar,
the-
I got a dollar, or
yeah.
I got a pickle, I got a pickle.
Yeah, I remember the movie and I remember the song, which is why I thought I came up with the chest version. But you might be right.
Yeah, I agree, Little Deep Piece. The thing that, like, I would have loved to have, in an alternate universe, pursued economics and then, like, done my doctorate on MMO economies, because the awesome thing about economies and MMOs is that they follow all of the basic rules of economics that don't actually work in the real world because they're way too complex. But you remove just enough variables out of the real world in, like, an MMO market board economy, and it behaves all the rules you'd expect it to. Economics is a shortcut into following politics and being angry all the time. That's probably true. I really
Hi,
like
man.
thinking about how, like, oh man, you know,
You're
the
not
developer,
dead yet. You can go and get your PhD in economics.
the developer made this change to the game, and that caused the price of salt to plummet. And because the price of salt plummeted, this thing happened, and then this thing happened, and this thing happened. It's cool. Yeah, so something like Haypack's dumping all of his tier points was good for the economy.
Yes, it was.
Now there's not a bomb sitting out there anymore.
There's one less bomb.
It does make me, like, extra. I'm already pretty empathetic towards game developers. You know, realize how much work goes into that. So thinking about, like, the math behind tier points and what's a fair change and what's not a fair change and what positive and negative consequences anything will have is very tricky. Oh, I don't plan to do it in this.
Can
I'm
get his
done
degree in
with school.
Twitchology.
Yeah, there you go. You made
Exactly.
I made this.
I made this.
I'm talking about this universe. Some other universe, I'm an economist and his PhD in video game economics.
Get your degree in Twitchology.
Robo-American Studies. Got my physics degree at Coney Island. Go, Whitefish.
Well, if you change your mind, I think there's like a New Mexico state school up in Los Alamos. Just saying, there's the opportunity there if you want it. You don't have to take it. Yeah. As long as you can pay for your health insurance and rent and food. Do what
Oh
you
my
want.
god. Sir, so we went to, or I went to TwitchCon, and that was like one of the only statistics that they gave was how many kappas per hour are typed into chat. I'm like, you guys are sitting on so much interesting data. Like, give me
Yeah, and he
into
goes
your
in
database
like
room for an
posts
hour.
in Twitch like I was, TwitchCon was fun, but I was a little disappointed because I didn't have like more data for like for the small streamers, and this guy totally calls them out, like, you know, everyone always says that they need to help small streamers, but like, what exactly could we do? And he responds back with like, well, if you give me this statistic or this statistic or this statistic, it would help me like make decisions about how to get my stream.
I don't know if they're actually collecting that data though. There you go, spiking.
And then the guy's like, oh yeah, that's a great idea. I'd love to see you become an expert on it and do a panel at Twitch. And so then he emails the guy back like, okay, great. So can I have access to some of your data so I can like become an expert on it? And the guy's like, no, I can't give you that. And he's like, this is exactly why Twitch needs to tell us these things at TwitchCon.
Yeah.
But it didn't
I'm not too worried about it.
It just didn't make any sense. I didn't get the yeah, anyway, I think that we had a different idea of TwitchCon from the organizers.
It's okay. I think next year is going to be better.
Yeah.
It was their first shot at
conference.
it. Like, I'm really excited for what they can do with it. They've got a lot of opportunity. Right now, Twitch has a very admirable hands-off policy when it comes to streaming, where they say, hey, we just provide this cool platform, we make sure that it's up and running and it's not buggy, and then it's our content creators that make it awesome, and we don't want to interfere with that, because we didn't expect something like creative to take off. We didn't expect something like Twitch Plays Pokemon to take off. That was all a surprise to us. And I think that that's really admirable. So I hear where they're coming from. They also don't have a lot of incentive to help, because if you look at like the stats, there's 2 million Twitch streamers, and of those 2 million, fully half of them are sitting on between 0 and 1 concurrent viewers, and probably won't ever get much beyond that.
They're already helping, giving you this cool platform.
Yeah. And
interact with people
the big partnered streamers are subsidizing us as smaller streamers, because it's
They're bread and
expensive to provide.
They're the
platform
Candy
that we can
Crush.
stream.
No, except that they're better than Candy Crush. I didn't mean to imply that they were all like, but you know what I mean. They're the bread and butter.
They're the bread and butter. Yes, they're paying the bills so that other smaller
They're the
streamers
Katy
can use the
Perry.
platform without having to pay for it.
I really like Katy Perry, so that's a compliment.
Hey, Hotfire, how you doing? Like your name?
Oh, I
One
thought
of
you
the top
said
5 best rappers of all time.
I thought you said half fire, and I was
No.
like, what's the other half? But yes, hot fire. He spits hot fire.
Really? Smaller amount graduated? That's surprising to me. I figured it would be the other way around.
So I remember when I used to play the game of life when I was a kid. I learned very quickly that, at least with the way that things were set up in that game, it did not make sense to go to college.
Right.
Like, at all.
Yeah.
I think you got a chance, there was like 2 squares or something, where if you had one of the degrees that you needed college for, you got like $5,000, which is totally not worth the like initial investment in college. I remember thinking that was a very interesting lesson to learn from a game.
This mayor is like, you must have bathed in the hot springs, yes? And like the main character is just blunt, the mist has covered Vidda. Like, he's got this big smile, everything's so happy, and we're like, no.
Man, he just like rained on his parade.
Oh, the irony. You are to blame, that's correct. You destroyed the source of the mist, and they'll be saved from the mist. Where's the Genesis tree? Mount Letona, which is next to Ratayu. The ruler's a difficult fellow, but I'm sure you'll be able to handle him. Okay. The mayor is an interesting man. Yeah, Chaos. I was in that whole, like, at least in the States, problem where my parents made too much on paper for me to be able to qualify for financial aid, but they didn't actually make enough to be able to pay for my college in any way at all. They
had
filed
a
for
shit ton
bankruptcy.
of debt.
So, like, I either had to be 25 or married or with an illegitimate child or in the military, I think, were my options to be able to go to college and get financial aid. And I ended up just saying, well, maybe I'll try when I'm 25. I did end up getting a certificate from a community college after I met Andrea.
And Chase paid for it.
Yeah,
Thank you, Chase.
The company I was working for paid for it. But it was interesting going back to college and at like the age of 26 Everybody else there was just out of high school.
Wide-eyed.
It was the community thing. Hey people, how you doing? Thank you again for the hosts.
Oh, and Bucket, I used to be in an a cappella group. I like singing.
Spitting hot. I was thinking about good emotes. I think that Boo Earns would be a good one if I could find someone to do art on it that isn't cribbing completely from either Nintendo or Simpsons. That's something when you think about what emotes should you set up, they should probably be ones that people want to say a lot. So like booing somebody is something I can see a person wanting to do.
You want to boo?
You
What?
could have like
I wasn't listening.
You could have like a Boo from Super Mario Brothers,
Ow!
but for Boo Earns. For booing somebody.
I was saying booer.
So you could have like a Boo that has like Mr. Burns hair.
Oh man, people might get that eventually.
I don't know. Anyway, my point though is that I think the emotes you should pick are ones that people might want to type in chat. Like the reason Bible Thump is so successful is people want to have a picture of somebody who's crying because they're depressed. You know, you don't just get a random picture of a person smiling unless if it's a specific emotion that they're conveying. Hey Ben.
Hi, little guy.
I haven't fed them yet, so.
I can tell.
What do the ruined and save emotes look like? I don't know if anyone has them. Yeah.
Oh,
I
that's
agree,
cool.
Kami.
Subbing gives you fancy emotes.
Yeah, that's part of the
That makes
partnership
sense.
deal. That's cool that they set those up. STEM degrees make sense because your field is in academia, so you're really just going into academia as your career.
STEM degrees for the win.
Try this again. Let's save outside real quick.
We need all the people to go and get the other degrees too, so that we have cool classes that we can take when we're not taking STEM classes.
Right, Aki, and there's a problem with the pyramid scheme of academia.
Yep.
Like everyone who goes into STEM in particular is given this dream of like, oh, just stick around in the field long enough and eventually you'll be a tenured professor.
Oh.
But there just simply aren't enough professor jobs for the number of grad students that they need.
Postdocs.
Well, postdocs and grad students that they need to run, because they tell the grad students, oh, you should become a postdoc, so you become a professor. And even if all of them were outstanding, there's not enough jobs for them. But they need all of those grad students to work for them. Otherwise, the academia wouldn't work.
Nope.
So until our system tells people that it's okay to bail out on academia and go join the industry, it's going to be rough on people.
Oh, hey, people are already doing it. I think it's a good thing, because then the advisors don't have to feel so bad about, like, having their grad students get PhDs and then not having anything to do.
Because, like, the unemployment rate for physics PhDs is close to 0%. It's like 1% or something or lower.
Yeah, I don't know, I haven't looked at it lately.
It's painful to get to that point. All right. Jumping across gaps. We weren't able to jump that before because of...
Who was I talking? Someone I was talking to in DC, he was getting a degree in some higher education studies, which I thought was kind of ironic. Or maybe ironic isn't the right word. It was like Yo Dog.
It was...
Because he was getting his
Inception
PhD in like higher
doing the
education
thing
studies,
that, yeah.
so it's kind of like, yeah, exactly.
It was
Inception.
meta.
Yes, thank you. It was meta. I was asking like how long his thesis is going to be, and he's like, oh, probably like 200, 250 pages. And I was like, holy crap. My thesis was 100. My advisor told me don't go over 100. I don't want to read it.
STEM is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics.
I had a lab professor in college who complained when I wrote too much. He told me just say what you did and shut up. He was funny.
Anyone have this guy's magic yet? I don't think so. Guru. So these guys that have little icons next to their name they're the Ra-Seru, and if you kill them, you have a chance to learn their magic. You can basically summon them to do something for you. So if he dies and gets all sparkly, then you should get excited, because I'm gonna be excited.
So are colleges like, are safe zones more? What did Yale do? I'm curious, I don't know.
Yeah, I missed that.
Oh, STEM is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Everyone's always going on and on about getting more people into STEM and getting kids into STEM. Something I like to say is that the kind of science I do is like a gateway to STEM.
Yeah, that's not good. Thank you for the TLDR, Aki.
Yeah, thanks. I'll go check that out later. Do some researching.
Yahan. I should just change the name of this to actually like Yahan.
So, cause like, I guess when Larry Summers was president of Harvard and he gave this speech that was where he basically said that there aren't as many women in math and science because there's some biological reason that women aren't as good at math and science, something like that. People, I don't think he was stopped, but people did leave the room and he eventually resigned. But maybe because right, that's freedom of speech. You have the right to say what you want to say, but there will be consequences.
Yeah.
So you don't have a right to be able to say what you're gonna say consequence-free.
Freedom of speech, there's an XKTD comic about this. It does not mean that you have the right to not have an institution ever take issue with what you say. It means the government won't interfere.
You can't go to prison.
Yeah.
In theory.
Yep. I agree with you, Aki, absolutely.
Who's it, Patrick Henry? Like, I don't agree with what you're saying, but I'll die for your right to say it.
I'll defend to the death your right to say it.
My way was way cooler.
Okay.
We need to go back in time and fix that. Like, yo, Patrick Henry, say it like this instead.
You're right, Flarewing. It's a pretty frustrating movement.
Sorry, I didn't mean to bring up something kind of controversial. I'm all curious. I'm sitting in my lab. Which I guess is a nice safe space because no one bugs me about things like that unless they want to talk to me about Dark Matter.
I 100% agree, Aki. Absolutely. I'm kind of worried. I feel like some of the progressive advances we've made in the last couple decades have been because of the internet. It's suddenly become a lot easier for you to be exposed to people that have different ideas. Like, for example, I think that the reason people hate is because they define themselves in what they're not rather than what they are. They say, who's the other? Who's the person who's not like me? And when you have the internet, it's so easy to connect with people who are different from you and see that they're actually more similar than you realize. The problem, though, that I'm seeing is that more and more communities are bubbling themselves. Like, it's becoming easier and easier on Facebook for you to only see posts that you agree with, people that you agree with. Similar on Reddit, you can curate your experience such as you only see things that you're already a fan of, and you don't get exposed to things that
Dylan's sister Robin wrote this beautifully. She's saying you need to have some more spice in your life, and by that she means like you need to add different spices and different kinds of opinions and people that you hang out with and interact with, because she had a better way of putting it. I thought it had something to do with spices.
Yeah, you don't want to be boring.
You don't want to be like just white rice,
saltine crackers and soup.
I mean, white rice is good every once in a while, but sometimes you need some chili. Change it up, man. So I once went in college, and we even went trick-or-treating, and this is something that I look back on and am embarrassed about. But my costume, I took my dad's old fatigues, because he's in the Air Force, and I had some devil horns, so I went as America the Great Xain. That's what they call us. I thought it was funny, but I don't think everyone else.
Flarewing, I think it's the Pac-Man theory of political, well, Marstead's Pac-Man theory of political spectrums. The political spectrum is a Pac-Man level. If you go off the left side, you come out on the right side. People who are really extreme on either end look actually really similar to each other.
I get it. It's like two sides of the same coin.
Yeah, that's messed up, Kami. Yeah, I hear that, Aki. I know that Facebook is taking steps to help people, like, Like they will do some
Well,
active
thank God
filtering
we have the
beyond your
internet.
part.
Like, you can get all this, little dookies. Yep.
Best sound. We're gonna hear more of that than any other sound effect. I have this one for extra shot that I think is pretty good. There's one for disappointed. No one's been disappointed. It's just been a thrilling, satisfying day.
Oh, I forget who it was. Someone's bringing up the point that, like, the worst that's gonna happen is you change your mind. Like, I feel like people who change their minds based on new evidence and a new understanding, it should be celebrated.
Absolutely.
And I think that's also kind of just part of making a more scientific or logic-based society.
Yeah.
So I always tell people, that's why I don't like articles that are like, Einstein was wrong. It's like, no, this is a celebration. We've been proved on Einstein's theory, but we've only been able to come this far because of Einstein's theory.
Yeah.
Like, if we just stopped there, that's stupid. Why would you do that?
Oh, did it not work?
Maybe did you spell
Oh,
it
I
wrong?
have a cooldown on myself, and I just did one.
This is good.
How you feeling?
Disappointed!
See, the same rules apply to Marstead as everyone else.
Yes, I agree. I think that we should move away from a focus on sticking to your guns. That shouldn't be something that we applaud. I think that's probably one of the key problems, is that you're not
You can argue
rewarded for changing your
passionately.
mind. Like, we have this, like, oh, you're a flip-flopper. It's like, yeah, I learned new information and it changed my mind on something. That's something you should be excited about. Yeah. Hey, young wave lord. How you doing? All right, see, I'm gonna learn the magic here.
Yeah, I guess that's the other thing I don't like about when science is taught as memorize all these facts and regurgitate, like it's a right versus wrong, whereas science is just learning how to reason and figure things out. So yeah, having this thing where you're right or you're wrong, and if you're wrong, you're stupid. I don't like
I think you're kind of nailing the heart of the matter there, Aki. I think that's exactly it. Is that
Aki with the wisdom.
there's a lot more nuance to everything than we have time to fit into a soundbite, and there's a lot of nuance, to my opinion, on Final Fantasy VIII. It's not at all controversial. It's going to move the conversation to. But it's easy for me to say Final Fantasy VIII sucks. That's not actually what I think. There's a lot more detail to it than that, and I don't think that it's a bad game. But I think that because that's the easier thing to say, and because people have this TLDR mentality of I don't have time to read your whole opinion, just tell me the summary of it, they start to say this game sucks or this game's bad, and then that starts to get hyperbolized to this game is the worst game ever. Do you really think that? Is it really the worst game ever? No, it probably isn't. There's one part of it that you didn't like. See, I think that I don't know if there's a way for us to recover the nuance. It's like human tendency to want to know everything in its most abstract form, and as you remove the detail from something, you necessarily lose nuance. You necessarily lose the ability for someone to change their mind. It's easier when you're in the same general gray area to cross paths, but if you're both on opposite ends, black and white, how are you going to get to meet in the middle?
Pac-Man.
Sure.
Yeah, Chaos, there is a lot of good movement improving science education. And I like, yeah, I hear lots of things about, like, I like the idea of flipped classrooms where instead of sitting and listening to a boring lecture, you just listen to that on your own, and you can use the lecture time for more active learning.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's a thing that I hear about. And I think they're changing it in high schools too, and so I think that's awesome.
One of our friends who is working in, she was a physics grad student with Andrea, got her master's, and then left academia to go work in education. So she works for McGraw-Hill now, the textbook company, and they have some really cool ideas for new education models in the future, using like being data-driven, trying to work with students individually instead of just lecturing in a big room.
Yeah, I love all these little apps I hear about for teachers. You can like kind of monitor your kids, or you can like give them all brownie points or not, and helps keep them in line.
Gamifying it.
Gamifying it. Oh, yeah, that is sad, Kami. Because, like, Bill Nye was good. What filled the gap between Bill Nye and Mythbusters?
Beakman's World?
Oh, I remember that. Need someone else to take up the torch. Fatal decision.
It's like one of the most evil-looking attacks. And then it has these cute little cards. This mechanic just comes out of
can
nowhere.
you like just choose not to decide?
You choose not to decide. You still have made a choice.
Killed instantly. Oh man, Ben, you picked the wrong card.
All right, Chaos. Mr. Wizard, if you go old school. Yeah. I think so too, Aki. Yeah, stuff like the How Things Work, CGP Gray's videos. You put out a new one about Plague. If you haven't seen it, it's really, really good.
Wah, wah. Yeah, I haven't finished one. Maybe we can watch some more Cosmos over the long weekend.
For Andrea, Cosmos is tough for her to watch because it's like work.
Yeah.
She thinks about like how do I interact with the public, not just watching it to kick back.
But yeah, what I
liked
liked the history that they did, and they kind of did it unapologetically. Like there was some controversially things that they just didn't really.
They just did it.
Sugarcoat as much as they needed to, or as much as maybe I would have thought they would have, given that they were on Fox. Like the way they talked about evolution.
The whole thing, the way that happened is kind of funny. Is that
Traditional thought.
Seth MacFarlane is really like popular because of Family Guy and American Dad. He makes Fox all this money, and as a deal, Fox says, "Look, dude, we're gonna let you make whatever shows you want. Like you can make whatever 3 shows you want." Assuming he's gonna make another American Dad or the Cleveland show. He's like, "Okay, fine, we're doing Cosmos."
Yep. When we saw Neil deGrasse Tyson up in San Francisco, he was so excited about that show because he's like, you know, not only like we're on like the best night, like Sunday nights. Because what are people doing on Sunday nights? They're watching TV, and we're on Fox. Like this is amazing.
Ooh, yeah. Aki, have you watched Numberphile at all?
Oh, Numberphile is awesome.
Numberphile is really cool. Try to find the Numberphile videos on the Enigma machine. It's one of my favorites.
And they love math so much. It's very endearing.
It's infectious.
They're so
enthusiasm.
excited about math.
Yeah, Mega Man's game over thing was great yesterday. Tina starts disappearing. It's all very sad. Yuna's very emotional. There's a couple on there that are like they get some kind of weird.
Talk about
special
Graham's
guests.
number.
Graham's number is pretty cool.
Oh, or the like, what is it? The sum of like 1 over x or something is -2. There's some infinite series that sums to -2 or -1. It's weird.
So Kami has been saying we need to watch this show. Do you want to try doing it over this weekend?
Is it funny?
It's supposed to be good.
Is it will make me happy?
That's important. If it's not going to make her happy, then I should watch it by myself. I like grim, depressing stuff. Oh,
also, like, I liked Fargo, because Fargo is grim and depressing, but it has this really happy character, and it's kind of funny, so...
I got her to watch Fargo.
I liked that movie. You get some humor with your...
Yeah, Chaos, I think I asked you this before, I don't remember your answer. How like, sad is Mulholland Drive? Because if it's sad, if it has, like, a grim, depressing ending, I'll watch it by myself. Cool.
I liked Breaking Bad.
Gyarados number.
You know, that kind of got sad. Okay, the characters are lovable and funny. That sounds like I like that. I like lovable characters.
Yeah, Fargo's like a slightly less nihilistic, well, I guess it's the same director, so, No Country for Old Men is a slightly more nihilistic Fargo.
I mean, I feel like popular culture went off of cable a long time ago, or maybe a few years ago.
This is such a metal attack animation until it has the cute little anime cards. It looks like it's the cover to a Megadeth album or something.
Dude, Fargo is depressing, but when she's like, oh, he's got like, oh, there's a hole through his hand. Oh, I guess that's a defensive wound.
Oh yeah, don't you know?
Like, oh, I don't really agree with your logic there, Bill, or whatever his name.
It's not sad? Okay. Oh, I'm fine.
It's very sincere.
She's okay with mindfucks. Like, you like movies that play with your mind.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Awesome. Okay, yeah, let's give it a go.
X-Files. We gotta finish X-Files. We're wrapping up our watch through of Buffy.
All you need is X-Files.
How far am I in this game?
Sneakers, bringing it back to the game.
I think we're at roughly the halfway point, I would think.
God, I feel like you've been playing this for a long time.
Well, it's been on the schedule for a while, but it's only been at 2 hours at a time or so.
You haven't really been focused
So
on
now
it.
that I am able to focus more on it, that was part of the reason why I wanted to finish Final Fantasy X, so we could have 2 Legend of Legaia days in a week. This one's only like 40 hours or so. Mulholland Drive is David Lynch? Okay, well that's all you had to say. I didn't realize that. David Lynch is Twin Peaks.
So, yeah, I know. Did Twin Peaks, like, is it now coming back again? Is it not totally dead?
Yes, it is coming back.
Alright, I'm glad. I hope that they...
The Twin Peaks revival
work out
died and
their
then came
shit.
back. It was the Silent Hills revival died that is not coming back.
Oh. Well, no, I thought the Twin Peaks one went away for a while there.
No, it did. I said Twin Peaks died and came back. Silent Hills died and isn't coming back.
No.
Which is a bummer for everybody involved.
He's so hungry.
Yeah. David Lynch. Eraserhead. Have you seen Eraserhead?
Nope.
That's a weird movie. So if I set Twin Peaks as like the center of the weirdness scale, which is a strange place to put
Yeah,
Twin
that's
Peaks, it should be
skewed
pretty far over
distribution.
in the weird direction.
Okay.
Eraserhead is all the way on the weird side.
So, what's going on in this
Better
game?
Yahan, good night.
I haven't been paying attention. All I know
In
is
this
that
game,
there's 3 guys.
there's
There's Mist.
There used to be these things called the Seru,
Uh-huh.
which are sapient life forms that were subservient to humans. They're kind of like monsters, but they were helpful monsters.
Okay.
And they used them as tools, and it was like a symbiotic
Are they like
relationship.
helper monkeys?
Yes, but if helper monkeys could make like bitchin' fantasy trains, they would be like a giant Seru that was like a train that would transport you around the world.
We're using our monkeys wrong.
Anyway, everything was fine, everything was good, everyone was getting along, it was peaceful, high technology. And this mist showed up, that's all around this castle, and the whole game. And it turned the Seru evil, and any humans that were wearing Seru at the time turned into mindless zombies. So now, people live in towns...
It's a material?
What?
Seru is a material? I thought it was an animal.
It's like a creature.
So how can you be wearing it?
Oh, you like attach them to your body. So like, imagine you had a creature that was shaped like a jetpack. You wear it and it lets you fly around.
Uh-huh.
Or you
Right.
had a Seru that was like shaped like a sword. You could put it on your arm and you'd have a little blade coming out of your arm.
Alright. I'm just saying, Seru is like living rubber.
Well, they're creatures. Like this thing I'm killing here, that's a Seru. You could imagine that like being worn as like armor on somebody's back for them to like lift heavy boxes or something like that.
Okay, but the mist came and turned all the Seru evil.
Yes, and it turned anyone who had a Seru on them into a zombie. So people live in towns that are protected by the mist in certain ways. The first town was protected because they had really high walls. The second town was protected because they had this like cool vent system that would blow the mist out. Another one was protected because it had windmills that were keeping the mist away.
Makes sense.
Some of them are protected because they're underground. But then the mist will get in and everyone will get turned into a zombie. There are these things called Genesis trees that when we heal them, they repel the mist around them. Then there are factories that create mist, and we still don't know who made the factories and why, but that's part of the draw of this game is figure out why there's these mist factories, who built them, and shut them all down.
Okay.
Oh wow, flaring. That's high praise. Mulholland is quintessential David Lynch in the way that Pulp Fiction is quintessential Tarantino. I know exactly what you mean. Let's go. You gonna take Kami up on his offer?
To do what?
To spend a whole bunch of sphere points on whatever game you pick if we watch Steins Gate this weekend.
Oh, right on.
But only expires this weekend, he says.
Oh, okay. We have to watch all of it?
Probably.
How much
Some
is there?
chunk of it. Guy's got a cool head.
He looks like Yojimbo.
He does look like Yojimbo. Mushroom dude. He's possessed by Ra-Seru, but he can speak. He has a rudimentary intelligence. He's like a smart zombie.
Oh, only if I don't enjoy it. Damn it.
Ah. Well, I mean, you win either way. Either you get a show that
I have
you
an
really
incentive
like,
to just like lie, but I'm a really bad liar. I'll let Dylan lie for me.
Yeah,
Snow,
I
right
wish we
on.
had some snow. Kami
We'll get
drove home
snow in
blizzard.
New Mexico.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
We'll be in the mountains.
There's one of those.
Ah, and Eric
behind
said
us there.
that then we can have cactus fights. Where we throw cactuses at each other.
That sounds horrible. Why would
Apparently,
you
yeah,
do
you
that?
hit it with a stick and then fling it at someone like a lacrosse stick.
Town's eastern wall. Okay.
I always like watching snow when it's late at night and it's really quiet. You can almost hear them falling.
It's very poetic.
So there was this blizzard in Boston, and Dylan and I were like walking around during some Christmas break, and there was just like no one
It was like a zombie apocalypse,
anywhere
basically.
in Boston.
That was my only time walking around Boston, so my memory of the
old
place is that it's
North
completely
Church
empty.
and all the Freedom Trail spots, and there's just no one.
Pretty cool.
I was a little
Recommend
scared,
it.
but then he's like, "Oh, dude, if there are muggers out here, they're inside too, because they don't like the cold." Ended up
This
being
is such a
fine.
metal attack. Aw, man. Oh, alright. It's okay.
Oh, prickly pear. Yeah, don't touch a cactus.
I
Marstead.
don't think I'm going to have that problem.
Oh, when is PAX East in Boston?
PAX East just went on sale pretty recently, right? I know D-Rock picked up tickets. Do you have tickets to
Right.
it, Sky? PAX is the best. If you haven't made it to one yet, I recommend you try if there's any that are even kind of close to you. I'm gonna go to PAX Prime again this year if I can score tickets. Bless you. Bless you.
Excuse me. Ooh, jumping out onto a cactus. So when we were little, we were in Santa Fe. My sister and I were probably like 6 and 7. And you know, the big cactuses are like big flat pancakes and the prickers are far apart. My dad was poking in between the prickers, being all like, "Look, I'm touching a cactus. I'm so badass and awesome." And then my sister decides to imitate him, but she's not really paying attention. She's 6, so she ends up getting a pricker under her fingernail.
Under her fingernail?
Yeah,
Ooh.
yeah, it was pretty bad. And that's when Lisa learned not to do what my dad does.
Chaos, I know you're joking, but PAX Midwest in Denver, man, all the middle fingers. As someone like from Ohio and like Chicago, Midwest, Denver.
I'm all about. I mean, anything between California and New York is
Is
Midwest.
the Midwest.
Yeah, no, we
God
should totally
damn
do
it.
PAX Midwest in Denver. I absolutely agree.
I'd say
We would go to that one too. Denver's not that far from New Mexico.
no, it's not. Midwest.
It's west of the Mid.
I've only ever been to PAX Prime. I have my sister-in-law's boyfriend has been to PAX Boston a couple times. Hey, Vigoro. Just schedule update, guys. We're playing Legend of Legaia for another 17 minutes. It will return next week, Monday or Tuesday. If you're new to the stream, I'm Marstead, trying to play and beat every awesome game ever made live on Twitch. Monday through Friday, typically in the afternoon Pacific time. If that sounds like your bag, I'd be happy to have you for some other games you're playing, such as we'll just beat Final Fantasy, but Zelda will be on Thursday. We're going to be doing Phantom Hourglass. We're working through the Mass Effect series. We'll be starting Uncharted on Friday. Otherwise, if you're just here for Legend of Legaia, that's cool too. It'll be back next week, Monday and Tuesday. Just keep an eye on the schedule below the stream.
Wait, alright, so far this game, you've just been going around to towns and, like, freeing trees and getting rid of mist?
Correct, but I'm trying to figure out what the mystery of the mist is. The mystery.
Ah.
The mystery of the mist.
So what have you learned?
All those other Midwest places are just mid. You know, I can't disagree with that.
Pax Mile High.
What have I learned? I've learned that there are factories that produce the mist. That was news.
Okay.
And we shut one of them down, but we don't know who built those factories or to what end.
Uh-huh.
We don't know why the Ra-Seru we have equipped on our arms.
And are the
these little
factories
things,
using the same technology as the Ra-Seru or a different technology?
we don't know yet. The Ra-Seru that we have equipped, they all have something on their arms. You see that green thing she has?
Wait, so why isn't that making them zombies?
Because they're Ra-Seru. They're Seru that are resistant to the mist.
Okay.
So we're special. But that Seru's natural form is like a wolf. So when she equips it, it's not a wolf anymore. It's like an arm. If it popped off of her, it would turn back into a wolf monster.
Okay.
So we need to figure out what's going on with the Ra-Seru. Do we really trust them? Like, why are they not affected by the mist? We don't know. No, this game has a cool story. I like it. Alright, let's keep going. East now, I think it is. Key to the store, I think. He does raise a good point. Denver should be Midwest, and then what we call the Midwest should really just be called the Mid, or even the Mid-East.
Yeah, Mid-East. Ohio is really east.
Pretty close.
It's in the Eastern time zone.
10 hours from the East Coast.
Yeah, but it's in the Eastern time zone.
Yeah, no, raise a good point. Call it Pax Mountain.
I liked Mile High.
Mile High Pax.
Yeah. You can call it Pax Corn in Ohio.
If the fat chocobo is bad point, I need to do one that's for good joke.
I like the fat.
That's also
chocobo.
inspired by fat chocobo. Just do like a really bitchin' chocobo sound. Alright. Learning magic.
Hooray! No, that's a mean butterfly.
It is a mean butterfly. Pax Inland. Pax Pacific.
Pax Alaska. I guess I could do Pax like what people do with destination weddings. To make it in Hawaii so that
It's hard
people
for
just
people
like
to go
really
there.
want to go. They're gonna have to get their butts over to Hawaii.
I think that's gonna
But then
select
that's-
for people who can
yes,
afford
afford
to
it,
go on
yeah.
such a huge trip, though. It's
Right,
part of
that's
the
not
bummer
fair.
of the situation. We already kind of have that with
Selection of people who can afford the scalp tickets.
scalp tickets
Yeah.
or have the time out of their day to sit and camp the site when they go on sale. Later, Yukipo. Have a good night.
Bye, Yukapo. Pax Canada. They'd be so polite.
Kami
We
wants
wouldn't even need
Pax Canada.
enforcers.
He happens to live like equidistant from 3 different Paxes.
No, that's unfortunate.
Okay. See you later, Yukipo.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Enjoy your Thanksgiving.
What's a Genesis tree?
The Genesis tree is a thing that holds wards off the mist. So when we reactivate them, it pushes all the mist away
All right. So you have to go find the Genesis tree for this
and
town.
awaken it. Yeah. The summit.
Have the Genesis trees always been around?
It's all a mystery.
Okay.
We're still uncovering a lot of that. This game's universe is intentionally held back from you. They give you a basic summary when you boot the game up, and then a lot of the joy is figuring all of it out as you go.
But in theory, your characters know or don't know?
I don't think our
They
characters
just, like,
know
are
either.
from a small town and...
Everybody's, well, this character, your character, Andrea, you like lived in a cave and were raised by a wolf.
All
You
right.
can barely speak English. Basically like real Andrea in almost every way. And all the attacks are things like that, where I'm inputting a fighting game command and she does something special.
Wow, that thing hit.
Ooh, I ain't even trying to hear that.
Oh, healing. Well, at least a healing fruit I assume is like a potion.
I think it's a good potion though. Take a look at
Oh, like a high potion?
So that guy had a little elemental icon next to him that means that he was a Ra-Seru. I could have gotten his magic, but we didn't learn it because we were unlucky. That item was...
Oh, you only
It
have
was
one
a
left.
Mega Elixir.
Oh, that sucks. That sucks hardcore.
Thanks.
So this is why you should use them, so that then they don't get stolen.
Yeah, right, so you grow up... The main character grows up in this town that has a tall wall around him, and he's never left it before this game starts. The reason he's able to leave is because he gets the Ra-Seru that makes him strong enough to be able to fight stuff out in the field. Similarly, the girl's raised in a cave, and the other guy's raised in a monastery. So they're all isolated, they don't know anything about anything else. It's a really interesting setting, actually. Because, like, each individual town, as far as they know, they're the last people on Earth. Everyone else is dead. Or the last people on Legaia.
Hi, Ben! Ben hype! He's so very and hungry.
Both of those things. D-Rock, I don't know, man. I might take you up on that. I can't say no to more packs. The only thing keeping me from doing it would be not being able to stream while I'm out there. Yeah, give me a heads up. I'll let you know. I'm probably going to be going to PAX Prime either way. That would be cool. So we've got family in Boston, sister-in-law and her boyfriend live there. If I lived close enough to PAX to be an enforcer, that's something that would be really fun. Like, they let you into the expo hall when everyone else is gone for like an hour.
Nice.
So you don't have to have any lines. Oh god, Aki. You're stressing me out. There's an enemy in Final Fantasy VI that can steal your ultimate weapon and then just run away.
Oh no, that sounds terrible. That's when you reset.
You reset, exactly. That's when you're not paying attention to the battle or something and you go save your game and you realize,
Like, where'd my ultimate weapon go? I had an ultimate weapon, it was awesome. It was awesome and ultimate.
They used to call the ultimate weapon Atma weapon because they didn't have room to type out Ultima in the
What'd they call
character
it?
space. Atma, A-T-M-A. But then they brought back the word Atma in Final Fantasy XIV, just
The
because
funsies.
we didn't know what the hell that was. Kids, we don't know what the hell that means. You fought the Atma weapon, okay. That's just what it's called.
Just accept it.
Yeah, D-Rock, that's the other thing that happens. You just immediately reset and you hadn't saved for like hours.
Wow, Alma's the name of an awesome, like, radio telescope array.
It's also your initials.
Alma?
Alma.
Well, AMA is, yeah, but not Alma. Oh wait, is that not an L? God, I
not
need
an
new
L.
glasses.
Fortunately, you get vision coverage in Los Alamos.
For free! And you get it too for free.
Yeah, I need new glasses too.
So we should make sure we get them out here so that, you know.
Atma. I was glad that Final Fantasy XIV referenced it again. Ultima is actually, it's cool sounding, but it's sort of generic. It's like, yeah, okay, it's the biggest one, it's the best one, sure.
Grande.
Grande weapon. Final boss of the game is a chalupa. All right. My glasses are kind of bent. I don't know if you guys have noticed. I only wear them when I'm playing a game on the TV, so like if it's a game like Shantae where like frame accuracy is kind of important or I won't be able to make the jumps.
Oh yeah, I've had transitions.
Transitions are the shit, man.
I really like them.
I talked her into them. You weren't interested because you were worried about them being too dark indoors, is that right?
Right. Yeah, I know. They're good now. Oh my god, I hate the puff of air.
Yes, go for it, Kami.
I hate the puff of air.
I don't think they've ever done that to me.
Really? So I thought I remembered at
is
the
that where
last
you're looking at the
doctor
Christmas
appointment,
tree?
they like said they had another way to do that did involve puffing at your eye, but it's possible that I just dreamed that because I wanted it to be true.
Yeah, transitions are the shit, man. I know a lot of people who don't want transitions because they think that like they'll be too dark indoors, but they transition so fast now. The technology has improved since when they first came out. That's
I love
awesome,
when like
Kami.
you're at the beach or something and you're just like, oh man, I wish I brought my sunglasses. Oh no, I already did.
What's she
Ooh,
putting
that's
that on? Is that going to
pretty.
be like a pillow?
Wait, what's it say?
It
You're
says
never
it's dangerous to go alone.
Dangerous to go alone. Aw,
That's adorable.
very nice.
Yeah, Aki, it's something where it's like, I get why you have this in the game. This is a sensical mechanic from a flavor perspective, but from a mechanics perspective, this is horrible because it's going to make your player want to quit and reload. If somebody comes up and destroys my ultimate armor, I'm not going to continue that fight. Throw pillow? Awesome. When we did play Tactics on stream already, and that game has so much potential, but it suffers from a really serious opportunity cost problem where there's all these really cool jobs and all these really cool passives, but you can only equip one passive at a time, so no one's ever going to equip a cool passive like Catch Item, which says that if an enemy throws an item at you, you catch it in midair. Like, that's just a neat corner case concept, but it's nowhere near as good as any of the other passives since it's so situational. So I don't know a way to solve that. I've seen other games that do something like that where they give you like a budget for passives. Like, I guess like Final Fantasy IX, where you get a lot of cool abilities and they cost a certain number of crystals to equip, and usually the number of crystals they cost is roughly relevant to how rad they are. Like that Catch Item ability would maybe cost 1 crystal, but something like immunity to status effects would cost 10 crystals. Pillow of Courage. Let's see if I can find one of the bead sprites that we did. I don't have it displayed. Just made it. For a friend.
John's?
Yeah, we used to do. We joked and called it War
Ganymede natives.
Ganymede native. We had I had some people over and we would just do those bead sprites. I had all the beads set up, so I get things set up on the TV, and we would do this arts and crafts day. War bead. Let me see if I can find them here. Exactly. It sucks. I don't know how you fix it without making the game totally broken by letting you equip everything. So I designed the pattern for this. I had to get one that was pixelated and had that color scheme. I put that together, and then he actually made the bead sprite. I really, really like the Hyrule Crest.
It's pretty.
Alright, I think I'm not going to be able to get to another save point in 3 minutes, so I'm going to start backtracking to the save point we already found, and we'll wrap up there. We want to get magic from this rock guy.
Yeah, the color scheme was awesome. Did it come that way?
No, I designed the
did
color
that?
scheme for it based on the beads that I had.
I like that it gets brighter, you know, where the Triforce is.
It looks like it's like on fire. Let's do Thunder Punch. Don't think any of them have learned this rock guy's magic yet. That'd be pretty cool, D-Rock. I still have an informal agreement with one of my best friends from Ohio to get matching Adventure Time tattoos. Finn and Jake doing a fist bump or something.
Aw.
Hyrule Crest would be a good one. I'm the weird renegade in my family. My parents are both covered in tattoos and piercings, and I'm the weird kid that rebelled and doesn't have any tattoos. Like my mom has purple hair.
Yeah, I see Navi.
Is Navi in there?
Yeah, in the bottom right corner.
Oh no, I didn't even notice her. Awesome.
Yeah, the gold thread is beautiful. Did you just call him wuss?
He said, oos.
Oh, I heard wuss.
Probably a Japanese word that means we did it.
Oh.
Like yatta.
Yatta!
We're trailing our way back to the save point here. Kayaki. My sister did that to me when I was really young. There's still graphite embedded in my skin. My back. She still brings that up as a threat.
Stab you again.
I was a very non-violent child, so...
Wait, Akifall, next time you see Haypax, tell him that.
What is that?
He doesn't like being drawn on. Do you not know this weird quirk about Haypax?
No. Apex is someone we know in real life who's in chat frequently. He's the one who dropped the big sphere point.
Remind him
bomb,
all the
yeah.
times I drew on him with
Uncharted,
pencil.
yeah.
Drew on him.
So you're
He
saying
has to
that
erase it. And he has to erase it with a pencil eraser. He can't like lick his finger and rub it off. No, it has to be erased with the right eraser.
so the concept of being stabbed with a pencil and not ever being able to remove it would be very distressing to him, and you'd like to cause
That's my
pain to others.
hypothesis. That's for getting him back for all the Chick-fil-A times on Sundays where he made me sad. Although I guess an eye for an eye makes the whole world go blind. Yeah. I'm curious though if that would distress him.
I feel like being stabbed will distress most people.
Well, I mean beyond the normal level.
Beyond the
of
normal level of
distress.
distress. Okay. It's just the way my wife thinks. Add quote. I wonder if being stabbed will distress him.
Stabbed with a
You can't put genuine curiosity into the quote though. Like,
No.
be like an Elcor. With genuine curiosity, I wonder if stabbing you with a pencil will cause you some distress. Yeah, I could see myself getting a video game tattoo or several. That's a good one.
That's a good.
See, now I need to add a good joke command.
See, that's like when I tell people like 95% of the universe is dark and unknown. I call that job security.
Yeah, like thousands of tiny little stabs. Oh, Ben is trying to type the chat there.
Yes, he is. 95% of the universe.
Okay, cool guys. Thank you all for hanging out. You've already heard my spiel, I think, so I won't give it again, but if you're just here for Legend of Legaia, like I said, we'll be back next week, Monday and Tuesday. As far as other things on the schedule for this week, tomorrow, Wednesday, we're going to be playing through Super Smash Bros. And Mario Maker in the other order. From 2 to 4, it's going to be Mario Maker viewer levels, and then from 4 to 7:30, it'll be Smash with viewers. Wednesday's our free play day, where we're not necessarily playing games that we're beating. Thursday is going to be Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass. We're working through our playthrough of the full series. We started with Skyward Sword, Minish Cap, Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask 3DS, Twilight Princess, and Wind Waker we've beaten so far. We're getting close to the end of our journey. After Phantom Hourglass, it's Spirit Tracks, Link to the Past, and then all of the rest of the Zelda titles that I didn't already list there. So get hyped for that on Thursday. Friday is going to be Uncharted, a blind playthrough for me. The Dark Horse voting candidate that is only about 10 hours long, so I don't think we're going to beat it Friday, but probably next week or the week after that. We should be clearing out Uncharted and making room for the next game in the voting spreadsheet. This Saturday, I'm going to be finishing up Silent Hill. If you haven't watched me play Silent Hill, I'm playing it because it's an amazing game, but I'm horrible at horror titles and it freaks me out. So if you want to see me be bad at it, Saturday morning is a good time to wake up and instead of tuning into your X-Men cartoon, watch Pyramid Head scare the shit out of me. And then next week we'll see some more Legend of Legaia Monday and Tuesday. Maybe some Metroid Prime and Earthbound Beginnings. Those weren't voted, but I want to clear them out so that we can make more room for voted games. And some of the other titles I just talked about. Before we sign off, I'm going to see if I can find somebody else. I doubt anyone's streaming Legend of Legaia, but I will take a look just in case. If not, we'll see if we can host somebody else who's playing tonight. Give them a bit of a boost. Oh, there is somebody playing it, and they're doing a charity stream. I'm all about that. So let's do twitch.tv/RagePandaPajamas. I like all three of those words. Pop over there, say hello, give them a follow, boost the numbers a little bit, and you guys have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye. He's so hungry.
How hungry is he?
So hungry.